Rob, 2nd to 4th grade, and they've been posting their social media updates talking about that we do expect a press conference at that reunification center anytime now, and we are waiting to hear from two KSAT reporters on the scene. And this is a map of where everything is unfolding today. You can see Robb Elementary right there, and then the Willie De Leon Civic Center just up the road. And then just up the road from that, Uvalde Memorial Hospital, which earlier throughout the day, they had confirmed that they were treating several students in the emergency room. And we now know 2 students from Robb Elementary, they are dead in the aftermath of this shooting at the school, which to our knowledge started to unfold just before noon.
The Uvalde Police Department just putting on their Facebook page that they are going to join that news conference at the De Leon Civic Center in just a few minutes with the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District. So we should get a lot of information when that begins. I'm looking at their page on Facebook, and they've got over 770 comments, most of them prayers given to the parents and to the students and to the teachers who have been involved in this. We want to head over now to University Hospital. As we said, a couple people were flown there. Our Tim Gerber standing by live with information on that. Tim?
You got it? You hear Ursula?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
You have to mute yourself.
Here we go. I think he's about to begin. Tim? He stepped away.
Just in case you're just joining us, we know 2 students dead in the aftermath of this shooting that unfolded around noon today, and that was confirmed to us from Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We know Tim Gerber at University Health right here in San Antonio. Tim Gerber joining us live now. So, Tim, what can you tell us?
Well, they have confirmed. I just talked to University Health's corporate communications team. They did confirm that they have those 2 patients, only those 2 patients right now. When I asked if they were expecting more, the spokesperson, Elizabeth Allen, said they weren't sure. She was actually getting ready to go into a meeting where she was expected to learn more details. I asked if they had any plans for a news conference this afternoon. She said at this point they do not, but she was going to get back to me as soon as they had that meeting. What I can tell you, since we've been here, we've seen 2 helicopters land, one of them over here on the parking garage on top of University Hospital, and that takes an elevator right down into the emergency room. We also saw another one within a minute or so land over here a little bit of ways from University Hospital, so not sure if that's at all related, but we have seen 2 helicopters land here within the last half hour or so, still waiting to gather more information, and that's basically what we've seen at this point, guys.
Thank you so much, Tim. I know this is every minute we're getting more and more information. This is one area that everybody is really on pins and needles. We know that at least 2 fatalities, but so many other people have been taken to the hospital. So we really are curious as to the extent of their injuries. Hopefully no more fatalities. But, you know, the outpouring on Facebook and other social media sites regarding this, prayers going up all over the place from Fair Oaks Ranch, from San Antonio, from Marion.
All across the country.
All across the country, even because this has been picked up, of course, by national news as well.
And like we said, we do expect more information about how exactly this unfolded, who is responsible. Uvalde CISD saying a press conference will be given at the Willie De Leon Civic Center, which is the reunification center for parents and students. And we are told that authorities will also be there briefing the media, so we should expect updates throughout the next hour. But we've been checking in with live presence. We just saw Tim at University, who is housing at least 2 patients, an adult and a child. We checked in with Garrett Berger, who is at Robb Elementary, where that shooting unfolded. Now, when we checked in with Garrett at last, it started off as a calm situation, a lot calmer than the situation that unfolded around noon. But towards the end of his live shot, when he was checking in with us, we could see authorities out there on a run, literally running from vehicle to vehicle. So we do expect a lot of updates throughout the day, but this, like we said, we're going to keep updating you with what we know so far. We know that this all started around noon at Robb Elementary in Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, 80 miles west of San Antonio. More information has been coming out. We do know it was an active shooter situation. We do know multiple people injured. We know multiple people, multiple students were treated at Uvalde Memorial Hospital, and we now know 2 students dead on arrival. We know South Texas Blood and Tissue Center sending blood over there to help out. We can tell you that SAPD Chief William McManus saying they are sending resources as well. Here's a map of proximity from San Antonio to Robb. We're going to take a closer look. And per Robb Elementary's website, it is a 2nd to 4th grade school. So just a devastating situation and unimaginable for parents out there. Ursula, you said it best. A parent, you send your student to go to school, to elementary school at the end of the school year, and this is the worst case situation.
Exactly. And as we said, this is a school that's got about 600 kids. I don't know exactly how much staff is there, but at least 600 kids were there, and they were in their last couple of days of school. School letting out on Thursday. Here we are on Tuesday, and this horrible situation breaks out. It's just horrible. I can't even imagine being a parent in Uvalde today.
And those parents have been on pins and needles, to say the least, since about noon when the first call came out. At first, we were told that parents should not go and try to get their child because they were trying to get a head count. They evacuated all of the students from Robb Elementary. They locked down all of the schools in the district. They moved the children via bus to the Willie DeLeon Civic Center. Now, we know our Lee Waldman is starting to get set up in that area. She is on scene, and that Civic Center is very important because that is where we expect to not only see parents finally picking up their children, and in just the last hour, local authorities over there, the local district over there, saying that parents are encouraged to go and pick up their child after a phone notification. But we do expect to hear more information about why this all happened, who is responsible, and the breadths of what exactly happened in terms of injuries, in terms of deaths. Right now, we can only confirm at least 2 students killed in this shooting, but we do know multiple injuries.
We do also want to mention, you were saying that, you know, it is time for parents, if you haven't already, to pick up your child at the Civic Center, and you're being asked to bring identification. They have accounted for all of the kids. So you can get your child, but you're going to have to bring some identification. They're not going to release the kids unless you can prove you are a parent. The other thing that I wanted to point out is just that the hospital situation right now, if they do not want people just showing up at the hospital.
Right.
There's a situation where a lot of friends and family may want to go, and they find out that one of these students has been taken to, for instance, Uvalde Memorial Hospital. That hospital cannot handle the crowd. They're asking that only immediate family be allowed inside the hospital, and that immediate family needs to go to the 2nd floor where there is a cafeteria, and that is the gathering area where they're passing out information and keeping everybody up to date. But again, if you are not immediate family to one of the children that is at Uvalde Memorial Hospital, you're being asked to stay away from the hospital. I know that they've already talked about setting up memorials here and there, but keep in mind that this is an active situation right now, and really law enforcement, hospital staff, everybody is at their wits' end. They're trying to keep to their emergency drill operation, keep it going, and do it all right. So you don't really want to clog up the system right now. I would say the same thing about going to the school. You might want to go check it out. Not a good time to do that. Not a good time to go to the Civic Center unless you have business there. And right now, our Lee Waldman is at the Civic Center and can bring us an up-to-date picture of what's going on there. Lee.
Well, we just got done speaking with one of the county judges who tells us there's going to be a press conference happening here, kind of wrapping up everything that happened at this elementary school today in the next 30 minutes or so. He believes it's going to be happening inside, but I want to show you guys something right here. This whiteboard behind me, it says classes here and then lists off names there. I believe that's names of teachers whose classrooms are here at this time. So that's what we're waiting for more information on, but we are also seeing it's a sensitive situation because there's several parents sitting here on the phone crying, waiting to hear any information they can about the status of their children. We're keeping this walkway off to my right here clear because we're told that they're going to start bringing children in through this area, trying to get them reunited with their parents. We're also hearing that parents, you absolutely need to bring with you, and parents eager wanting any kind of information they can get at this point, and we're trying to give them their space so they have their time to process what their children just went through, what they're going through right now. It's obviously a very sensitive time, and we're just waiting until this press conference starts sometime in the next 30 minutes here.
Now, Lee, is there any caution tape around? You know, how many parents are out and about? And you said you saw some parents crying.
There's no caution tape here, but they do have several of the entrances on either of my sides here at the Civic Center closed off. They're not trying to allow any other vehicles to come into this area. They're trying to keep it as blocked off as possible. We hear some helicopters and things flying. Rough estimate, dozens of parents here at this point. You can see some behind me just standing around waiting. There's also several chairs set up in this area to give people space. Some people are just on the phone, just desperate for any information, talking to their other loved ones, hoping to get some information at this point. You can tell the emotions are heightened. This one woman is sitting under a tree. We don't want to put a spotlight on her, give her space, but she's crying and hoping just to get any information about her loved ones. So that's what we're waiting on here, and we're just trying to give people their space because it's a sensitive time, and we understand that they need their time and their space to deal with what they're going through, because it's absolutely unimaginable. It's hateful what happened here today.
I totally agree, and good on you for giving them a moment instead of sticking a camera in their face. We really do appreciate that, and we do want to be sensitive to our viewers as well and not intrude on anybody's privacy. We have had a development, though, at University Hospital. We want to head over to Tim Gerber. He's been standing by there waiting. We know there are a student and an adult there being treated. Tim, if you are available, let's hear your update.
Yeah, I can tell you, I just got a text from Elizabeth Allen. She's the Director of Corporate Communications here at University Hospital. And she texted me that they have one condition update on one patient. It is a 66-year-old female, and she is currently in critical condition. She also said that they do not yet have a condition report on the child. So at this point, we do know is a 66-year-old woman who was flown here with a child, and that 66-year-old woman is in critical condition as we speak. We're standing by for more details from Elizabeth. She was going into a meeting a short time ago and obviously got some new details there, so we'll wait to hear more from her, and we'll pass it along to you as soon as we get it. Ursula?
Thank you so much, Tim. We had received word about an hour and a half ago that University Hospital was awaiting two patients. All we knew it was an adult and a child. Now we know the adult is a 66-year-old woman, potentially a staff member at Robb Elementary. It would stand to reason, and we still await word on that child. Hopefully not another fatality.
Right.
But
we have confirmed 2 children dead on arrival at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. And as for the 66-year-old woman that Tim just told us about, in critical condition. So we do expect updates throughout the day on all of the injuries. But right now we can confirm at least 2 students dead in the aftermath of this shooting.
is there any way we can go back to Lee Waldman? I had a couple of more questions for her. We had seen earlier in the day that they were evacuating children out of Robb Elementary via school bus. What I'm wondering is if the school bus, our Garrett Berger had not seen a school bus leaving Robb Elementary when he had arrived there and he was doing his live shot. But we're wondering if that's still going on, Lee. Are they still evacuating students, or are all the students already in the Civic Center?
So at this point, what we've heard is that all students should have been out of the actual school, out of Robb Elementary, but we were told by someone to keep this walkway clear as they bring more students inside. So I'm still waiting on confirmation from that, but that's why we're keeping this area off to my right here cleared. We're just really waiting at this point. There's not a whole lot of information. I know that all the parents who are waiting here as well are desperate for that information, but if we can actually, if we want to pan over here, follow me here for a second. You can see there's several different incident commands here set up in the parking lot, several different community EMS and Border Patrol even setting up in this area at the Civic Center. It's a very busy scene here. We're still waiting to hear if more students are going to be taken into this area, if everyone's still inside, but all we really know is we'll get that information in the next 30 minutes or so. So it's really just a wait and see at this point.
I know that in situations like this, just from having covered them over the years, that the evacuation sometimes can cause injury as well, and I'm wondering if that's why those ambulances maybe are on the scene right now. because you get, people running out of schools trying to get through broken windows. That was one of the reports that we heard. So I'm thinking potentially any word on injured kids at the Civic Center.
At this point, no. They're keeping us outside. A lot of the people who have information are on the inside. They're saying they're keeping that area clear for parents because their focus is on the loved ones, getting them that information first. They don't want to let us know and then we break it to a parent live on air here. So a lot of that information is happening inside. Once they allow us to go inside, get that information from that press conference, we'll know more about it. But there are several different ambulances here on scene, set up, lights on. They look like they're ready to go if anything were to happen, if there's any injuries. They're here, they're ready for whatever is going to happen.
And now, Lee, we're just seeing from Uvalde CISD saying the press conference will take place at where you're at, the Civic Center, in the next 30 minutes. We've seen some law enforcement behind you walk around. How many law enforcement agencies have you seen personally? We can actually see a vehicle right behind you.
Yeah, personally, and I apologize, there's a helicopter flying overhead at this point, but we can see several Border Patrol agent units here. When we walked up, we saw members who had ATF agent vests on. You can see there's also a DPS state trooper here behind us. So that's what we're seeing at this point. I'm not sure what's happening here on this other side, but there are several law enforcement units here at the Civic Center as well. It's a very crowded parking lot. I mentioned they actually blocked off the parking lot to some other vehicles coming in and out because they want to try and keep it as clear as possible, and it's still fairly full behind us.
Another question for you, Lee. You said that there were some parents out there, one or two of which were actively crying on scene. Are most of the parents waiting in cars to get their kids, or are they inside already? We see, especially because there's so many members of the media here, we've seen a lot of parents just walking back out to their vehicles that are in this parking lot. Some people are sitting on benches. There's chairs set up here for parents. We've seen people going in and out. So I think it's kind of a mix there of where people are waiting to see if there's any information at all. But there are a lot of chairs. Actually, if we want to swivel over this way, I can show you some of the chairs here. We're going to be sensitive not to show this family over here, but there are some chairs and everything set up here to give people places to sit. Like I said, we're not going to show where parents are sitting because it's their time to have some space right now. We want to give them that space as they wait for some critical information. But there's chairs and things set up for parents, but we've also seen parents walking out to their cars too. We're going to interrupt your live shot just for a minute because we have received some new information.
That's right. Uvalde Memorial Hospital saying as of 2:47 this afternoon, the hospital, Uvalde Memorial Hospital, has received 13 children via ambulances or buses for treatment. 2 of those children have been transported to San Antonio. 1 child is pending transfer. And like we've been telling you for the last hour or so, 2 individuals who arrived at Uvalde Memorial Hospital were deceased. Those 2 students that we've been telling you about, dead on arrival at the hospital. No more details are available.
So if I'm counting this right, 13 children at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We know that 2 people were transported earlier to University Hospital, and they have 1 pending. We're at about 15 people, if my count is correct.
That's right. And so far as to the extent of the injuries, we can tell you 2 children dead on arrival. And from our Tim Gerber, who is live at University, a 66-year-old woman in a critical condition here at University Hospital. That woman and another student transported here.
All right. So one of the questions that we're working on right now is to find out if there is still an active situation going on regarding the school shooting. We still are hearing helicopters overhead. We're still hearing sirens all over the place at every live shot we go to. So now we want to go back to Garrett Berger, who is on the scene at Robb Elementary. Can you tell us if this scene has cleared or if this is still an active investigation?
Oh, it's very much an active investigation, going to be for quite some time, I would imagine. You can see numerous law enforcement agencies out here, but we do know that everybody has been evacuated at this point. So at this point, it's law enforcement piecing together what happened, how, and going through the scene. This is about as close as we are able to get. We're right on the sidewalk outside the front of Robb Elementary. As you look around this scene, it's sealed off about a right at the edge of all the roads are sealed on the road surrounding the perimeter of the school, and there are barricades a few blocks out trying to prevent people from coming in. We had to hike in a block or two to get up here to show you this scene. As I mentioned, you can see numerous law enforcement agencies. We know San Antonio Police have sent help. DPS is out here. And then, of course, we've seen the local law enforcement from Uvalde County. As of right now, we do know scene is evacuated, but this school very much still an active crime scene. And from what we saw going online, it looks like this school year was about to let out just on Thursday. So we were 2 days shy of the end of school when this happened. An awful, awful way to end the school year with, as you just heard, so many young children being taken to the hospital to even losing their lives. So right now we're still waiting to get some more information on what exactly happened and the final count. But we do know that this is a deadly and tragic morning and afternoon here in Uvalde.
Undoubtedly a devastating situation. Garrett, I have a quick question for you. The last time we checked in with you about an hour ago, you had just gotten there, and we had seen multiple law enforcement agents running in your live shot. Any idea what was happening there?
I don't. At this point, we just know that they were running to, it looked like a few of them got into units and took off. I do not know what that was about. At this point, things are very, very calm out here. We're seeing law enforcement kind of holding place, keeping the perimeter secured, and making sure that no one else gets near this school at this point. As far as we know, there is nobody else besides law enforcement at this scene right now.
Now, have you seen any parents or anyone try to go to the school? I know we've been explicitly telling people to go to the reunification center where we just checked in with Lee. Have you seen parents or anyone else try to actually get to the school in the last hour or so?
Not for certain. When I first arrived, I saw a young man getting into the back of the cruiser. I assume family member or someone who probably needed to be taken over to the Civic Center. And I believe I caught a brief glimpse of a woman with a looked very emotional. I don't know where she was headed to, but she looked to be walking away from the scene. At that point, we were setting up our live shot, so I didn't get a chance to go and investigate. But right now, it's actually kind of eerily quiet. There are some people out on their front lawns trying to get a look, but the only folks we've tried to talk to so far haven't been around. We did see 2 of the yellow school buses leave, but those were already empty. So again, adding to that fact that the school has been evacuated. And I'm not sure if you can tell, but in the back of the school, we can hear a helicopter. It sounds like it's taking off. There were several in that back field earlier today. We saw at least 1 or 2 of them take off, and it sounds like another is at this point. Yep, it's just about to come up above the tree line behind us. It's hard to say where that helicopter is from. Yeah, I'm seeing it through the branches. I'm not sure if it's going to come high enough for it to be visible on your screens. But right now, everything's kind of calm at the school and very, very subdued, obviously, with the weight of the emotion of what has happened here today.
Garrett, we cover news all over South Texas. I've been to Uvalde, very sweet little town, about 16,000 people. And right now it is in the middle of an active shooter investigation, which is heartbreaking. It seems as though there are helicopters flying all over the city right now. Is there any idea that they might still be searching for someone? You cover a lot of crime and courts and that kind of a thing. Do you think that the normal flow of this is that they are still looking for more people involved in this?
I can't say for sure, but from my feeling of how it is around the scene, probably not. We saw, helicopters taking off. In all likelihood, they may just not be needed anymore at this scene. The school has been evacuated. We haven't heard anything about a second suspect. We know one person is in custody as of shortly after 1 p.m. That's when Uvalde police provided that update online. So right now, that would just be pure speculation, but there is nothing else indicating to me that they are still looking for somebody. If they were, I'd have to imagine this area would be locked down much, much tighter than it is.
All right, Garrett, thank you. And Uvalde CISD just tweeting out in the last 4 seconds, parents are asked to pick up students at the regular dismissal times at the child's campus. There will be no bus transportation. Officers are on site to escort children, students to the parents' cars. Parents asked to be patient as lines will be long. And
I assume they're talking about all of the
other
schools
campuses, which have been on lockdown since about noon when all of this started to unfold. And as Garrett was saying, 2 days until the end of the school year. And like you were saying, Uvalde, just a town of about 16,000 people, an unimaginable situation for so many parents.
Yeah,
And
this is a huge loss any way you cut it, because not only does this kind of ruin the innocence of a little town, sweet town like Uvalde, but also makes us realize that these active shooting situations come out of nowhere. They destroy the safety, the feeling of safety and comfort of sending your kids off to school. And you're hoping you're always assuming they're going to come home fine. In this case, we know 2 families right now are already mourning their child, 2 fatalities, but we also have more children, at least 11 more children at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We've got another child about to be airlifted, presumably to San Antonio. We have a 66-year-old woman who is in critical condition. We do not know if she is a staff member at Robb Elementary or somehow involved in the active shooter's sphere of family or something. We do know that she was transported along with 1 child. We're still waiting to hear the condition of that child at University Hospital. But again, there is a 3rd child that is presumably en route soon to University as well.
And I think we need to start a little bit from the beginning, how this exactly happened. We do know that the shooter is in custody as of about 1 this afternoon, but we started getting calls about this just around noon for an active shooting situation at Robb Elementary, that is part of Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, 80 miles west of San Antonio.
So when we first started getting these calls and getting reports that there was an active shooter, we heard a number of theories. We still don't know which one will hold, but we heard there were shots fired. People who live near Robb Elementary reported hearing the gunshots. We also heard that the shooter was taken into custody, but that children were being evacuated, some of them through broken windows of the school, just trying any way to get out. They were sheltering in place, and then they were escaping any way they could, even if they had to break a window. Then school buses began to take all of those children to the De Leon Civic Center, not too far away from Robb Elementary. Those students were being evaluated at the Civic Center, accounted for, and assigned to an area of a classroom, is my understanding. And then the parents were being told to wait. And that is where we are right now. The parents are still waiting in many cases to get their children. They're being asked to bring an ID with them. And I'm sure that soon they're all going to be released, but they have not all been released yet.
And we actually are going to check back in with Lee Waldman, who is at that reunification center. Now, Lee, you just talked to a county judge, correct?
Yeah, I just got done speaking with County Judge Mitchell here, and he says he thinks it's going to be a little bit longer than we initially anticipated when it comes to getting information with that press conference here. He said over an hour ago he was told that 2 more school buses of children were on their way here, but he hasn't seen them, so he's wondering if that's not going to be happening anymore. He tells us also there's more parents inside of this civic center here, and a lot of parents actually were already reunited with their children. That's why this area isn't necessarily as full as we've been seeing it. And some of the people who are waiting here are actually waiting here for elections, because there's still elections happening today and voting happening in this area as well. So that's kind of what we're seeing in this area. But the county judge does believe that it's going to be a little bit longer until that press conference with more information is supposed to be starting.
Okay, we look forward to seeing that, because quite frankly, we have so many questions, and I know you do at home, and you too as well. The parents that you saw outside weeping were they waiting on a child inside, do you think, or are they just weeping over the whole situation? Because that's kind of how a lot of people feel.
I think it could just be also the situation as a whole. I spoke with a few people off camera and asked how they were doing, and they were saying, we're just community members. It's just hard being here and having this happen to kids. At the end of the day, children who are so young, and it brings that emotion out, because this is something horrible. This is something we never want to be talking about, and it's something we never want to see. And for a community, they say, is as tight knit as this one, the community as a whole is taking this very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's certainly an ugly situation, just evil all the way through.
I've been in Lee's shoes. We were at Sutherland Springs moments after the shooting, and right now is so terrifying for so many parents out there, because it's that wait and see. And we do know right now, we can confirm 2 children dead, but 13 more injured, being transported to the hospital, received it at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. So Lee, how many parents are you seeing out there? What are some of the most emotional reactions that you're seeing? Because I can't even imagine. Oh. Lee, are you there? What are some of the reactions from parents that you've seen just sitting around? I can't even imagine what they're going through, the thoughts going through their mind on the day, 2 days before the end of the school year.
And that, I think, is the point that really hits home. 2 days before the end of the school year, your kids are going to school excited, ready for summertime. You have so many summer plans as a family, and so I think that's also what's hitting so hard. We see a lot of those parents still inside of this Civic Center here, and that's why we're not going to get closer into where the Civic Center is. We're going to give them their space, because this is something unimaginable that they're going through. But to have this happen, like you say, 2 days before school is going to let out, I mean, that's heart-wrenching. It's heartbreaking that this is the situation so many parents are finding themselves in because of one person's or multiple people. We're still waiting on that, but because of someone's choice that they decided to make.
Thank you, Lee. We got an update coming in from Homeland Security. We're going to go to that right now, but stand by.
Thank you, Lee. All right, so Homeland Security tweeting out that Secretary Mayorkas has been briefed on the shooting in Uvalde. Now, CBP immediately responded to the scene to provide support. That is why Garrett and Lee have been saying that they've seen Border Patrol in and around the area at the school and at the reunification site. CBP immediately responded to the scene to provide support, including medical aid. The Department of Homeland Security is actively coordinating with federal, state, and local partners and will continue to provide the department's full support. And this is really just an ongoing situation. And like Lee said, she saw people wearing ATF uniforms. We've seen multiple sheriff's departments out there. We've heard from SAPD. We saw SAPD Chief William McManus tweet saying that SAPD resources on the way, if not already there, and they are on standby if Uvalde authorities need any assistance throughout this investigation.
Obviously, there's a lot of evidence gathering that is going on right now, and this kind of solves part of the mystery, because we had received reports that this might have something to do with perhaps a Border Patrol agent. And that's because Border Patrol was on the scene so quickly that people just assumed that they must be involved in the shooting. So I'm assuming that with that response from Mr. Mayorkas, that we now know that Secretary Mayorkas, that we now know that Border Patrol was not involved in the shooting itself, but in the aftermath of it, providing assistance.
Right. And in terms of the shooting, we are still waiting to learn what exactly happened, who is responsible, and why. And we have been waiting on that press conference from where Lee is at that reunification center, the Civic Center. We know local authorities are going to be briefing us, hopefully within the next hour. At 3:09, I believe, they said that in the next half hour we could expect updates. But in terms of updates that we've received just from our reporters out there on the scene, that's the Civic Center, where so many parents are just waiting to learn what is going on with their child. I can only imagine what you've said, the pins and needles that these parents of elementary students, 2nd to 4th grade, Robb Elementary, according to their website, is a 2nd to 4th grade school, 2 days away from the end of the school year. And this shooting unfolds around noon today, and these parents obviously clamoring to figure out if their student is one of the ones injured right now. We know 2 students dead in the aftermath of the shooting, 13 more, at least 13 more injured. We know 2 patients here in San Antonio, a 66-year-old woman in critical condition. That's what Tim Gerber has been reporting from University Health, and another student. We're still waiting to learn their condition.
So some more instructions coming in from the Uvalde Memorial Hospital. If you want to check in on one of the 13 or so children who were brought in to Uvalde Memorial, you're being asked, unless your immediate family, don't come. They are asking all of those folks to be in the second floor of the cafeteria. They just simply don't have room for all interested parties. And so that's, if you want to meet, I imagine meet outside the hospital. Don't try to get inside the hospital. The other thing is we're coming right up on the end of the school day for all of the other schools in the Uvalde Independent School District, and you're being asked to go ahead and pick up your child. There's not going to be any bus service today, presumably because all of those buses have been taken over to the Civic Center for the evacuation of those children. So you're going to be notified when it's time to pick up your child.
And it's also important to mention that officers will be on those other campuses, and they will be walking the student out to the vehicle.
Right. So they're trying to do this in an orderly fashion. I know a lot of people immediately rush to their schools. That's what I would have done if I was a parent in Uvalde today with an elementary school student or a high school student. I would say, yep, time to come home. So we're just getting word of another update coming in from University Hospital. Let's go over to Tim Gerber.
Yeah, we're waiting for that other helicopter to arrive that you guys were talking about, possibly transporting another child from the scene there in Uvalde here to University Hospital in San Antonio. We heard a helicopter coming just a moment ago. Do not see it. We're not sure if that is the victim that would be coming here. Again, they do have one child victim. They have not been able to provide any condition updates on that child's condition at this point. And the fact that they have that 66-year-old woman here who was also injured, she is in critical condition. So we're keeping an eye on things here. No new information has been released by the hospital at this point, but as soon as we see some activity here, we'll come back and let you know. But right now, everything pretty quiet here at the hospital.
All right. Tim Gerber, we'll be checking in with you. Thank you so much. And like we've been talking about, we know a lot of people injured, a lot of students injured in the aftermath of this shooting. I've reached out to South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. They are sending 15 units of whole blood to Uvalde to help the Memorial Hospital over there in this situation. And Uvalde Memorial saying that, you know, those 2 students dead on arrival, and in addition to that, the 13 injured students showing up in ambulances and in buses. So it really is an ongoing, unfolding situation that all started around noon, and as more information becomes available, it really is a terrifying time for parents, because as we checked in with Lee, they're trying to be orderly and they're trying to be organized, making sure parents are aware if their child is the one who is injured, one of the ones who are injured. And right now, we are still waiting to learn from law enforcement how exactly this happened, who was responsible. We can confirm Uvalde police telling us around 1 this afternoon that the shooter is in custody.
Earlier, we're taking this very same shot about an hour and a half ago, and there were a lot of law enforcement here wrapped around the Robb Elementary. Now, not so much. You can almost see 2 or 3 people standing in front of the school that appear to be law enforcement. All of the helicopters that were here, let's see, we're down to 1 helicopter there now leaving, there's 2 others. It appears to be, oh, this is video. Okay. So in any event, it seems as though the scene there, which is where Garrett Berger's standing by, really is wrapping up. You can see that ambulances that once surrounded the school, for the most part, are now gone. And so the scene has moved over to De Leon Civic Center. Any minute now, we're going to be starting a news conference where hopefully the Consolidated Independent School District will be able to tell us what happened at the school, and then, of course, the Uvalde Police Department telling us what happened leading into that, because there are an assortment of stories that this started outside of the school and went into the school. We don't know. And if you read social media, you'll hear 17 different theories, and some of them are believable, some are not. So we're going to wait to get the facts.
But what we do know is that this all unfolded at Robb Elementary, a 2nd to 4th grade school in Uvalde, Consolidated Independent School District, 80 miles west of San Antonio. We know multiple people injured in the aftermath. We know 2 students dead. We don't know who was responsible. We don't know why this all unfolded. But what we do know is that we do expect that update from authorities, hopefully in the next few minutes. Now, we saw from Garrett Berger, who is live at Robb Elementary School, and it was almost eerily a calm situation. Again, multiple hours after all of this unfolded, we checked in with Lee Waldman, who is right here at the Civic Center. Now, this is where we expect to hear from the authorities, but this has really been the epicenter of where parents want to go to pick up their students, and it's the reunification center where students were bused. Now, Lee told us the last time we checked in with her that the county judge over there was saying they expected 2 more buses of students could be on the way.
Right, and those school buses have not arrived to our knowledge. Again, the person who was arrested for the crime, we don't know anything about him or her. We do know, though, that whoever it was inflicted a lot of harm on Robb Elementary. We're talking about a total of 15, maybe 16 people being hit. Also, possibly people getting hurt while they were trying to evacuate after sheltering in place. Most schools have got these drills where the children are told what to do, even as young as 2nd grade, kindergarten. So I would only assume that they invoked those active shooter drills. We've done them here at our station. Most companies have done them, done these drills, and I know that they're done at every single school and they're practiced. So I assume that went into effect. And then at some point, we're being told the evacuation began, some of it through windows, to get out of those classrooms and get over to safety.
Now, we have people who live in Uvalde that are probably watching this right now, and the important part is to stay orderly and stay calm and try to avoid the areas if you're not an immediate family member. This is video to our right of the school that has been the situation that unfolded around afternoon. And for those of you who don't know, Uvalde is about 80 miles to the west of us. It's a city of about 16,000 people. And this is sadly and disgustingly, this is not the first time we've seen an active shooter situation here in South Texas. I mean, just recently we had Sutherland Springs, which happened to a church on a Sunday. And I know so many parents are just wondering what is happening with their child. And that is what they're waiting to learn at the Civic Center. And 2nd to 4th grade in elementary school, just 2 days before summer break, it is unimaginable. And this is the situation right now. You can see caution tape, and we checked in with Garrett Berger, who was live at the scene. And this is what he showed us earlier. We saw multiple law enforcement agencies out there. We saw from ATF, multiple helicopters, and it was almost an active situation when Garrett first got there, because we did see right here, we saw law enforcement agents running. Jumping over the caution tape, running into their vehicle and moving out and about. We know multiple agencies responding, even Border Patrol on the scene, helping out, saying that they had to help out with a medical situation going on. We know SAPD has said that they are deploying resources, sending resources, and they're standing by. Chief William McManus saying that they are ready to help out in any capacity that they can do so. And we are still really waiting to learn why this all happened and who is responsible. All we can tell you about the shooter is that they are in custody as of 1 this afternoon.
I'm hoping we're getting some word that they're setting up that news conference. If we could get an update from our reporter on the scene, Lee Waldman, whether there is any movements, if someone could get in touch with her. We want to give you the full update on the injured. Oh, we do have Lee. Okay, Lee, is there any sign that this news conference is getting set up?
No signs at this point that we're getting set up anytime soon. We've seen some people going in and out. We actually saw a gentleman taking a young child actually out of the Civic Center here. So I think some parents are still leaving with their children at this point. I'm not sure if maybe they're holding off on this press conference until they have all the kids leaving with their parents, just so we're not in their space. So we're really just waiting on that at this point. But really no sign that this is going to be starting anytime soon. Like I said, when I spoke with the county judge here, he said he thinks it's going to be at least another hour before we have anything happening at the Civic Center, and any hard information that we can report to you all and give you more details.
Now, Lee, we know that's the reunification center, and the first couple hours of this situation transpiring, parents were encouraged not to go to that Civic Center. They were told to wait until they got the phone notification. But now they are encouraged to go there. What does that organizational process look like? What is the whiteboard behind you?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and zoom in on this whiteboard here. So you see at the top it says classes here, and then it lists off what we're presuming to be teachers' names here, letting parents know if you have a student in any of these classrooms, they are here. So at first, when this was announced as a reunification center, parents were told, hey, don't come here just yet. They want to make sure that they have all students accounted for. And then after that process was done, then parents were told, okay, you can come out and you can come grab your child. But when that happens, you also need to bring with you some kind of ID. There seems to be something happening here at the front. So we're again waiting. You see, whenever people walk up to this Civic Center, they're met. There's law enforcement, state police, and Border Patrol at the door here. You can see they're wearing their tactical vests as well, and you can see those officers are also armed. But you can see parents, people are met there, spoken to, and then some let in, some told to wait out here. So we're still really waiting to see what that whole situation folds out to be and what exactly is happening there at that door. But we're giving that some space. We don't want to intrude on what they're trying to do in terms of getting parents reunited with their children. But yeah, we do have the list of teachers' names here on that whiteboard behind me.
Now, Lee, in terms of, you said you saw a parent carrying a child out. Any idea if that was a parent of waiting to learn of what is going on with their student, or was that just someone in the area?
It looked like it was a parent who had finally gotten their child back with him and was leaving then. From what I see now, again, we didn't have a chance to talk to the gentleman. He went out to his car and then they took off. So that's just what we saw. But they were both inside here, and we saw them both walk out and then take a ride over here.
Now, we understand that there were hundreds of students at the school. How many students are you seeing over there? How many parents? How many faculty members?
So at this point, that's also not super clear because this outside area that we're in, and I'll step out of the way. If we want to pan over here and just show some of the seats, these seats are all empty. The windows over at the Civic Center, rather, there's quite a number of people actually inside of the Civic Center. I can see some children there holding backpacks, other family members just holding each other close. We don't want to put the spotlight on them too much because we're trying to be sensitive in this kind of a situation, but it does look that Civic Center rather is quite full from what we can see in the windows, just from our outside point of view. The chairs, on the other hand, those are fairly empty here.
Thank you so much, Lee. I wanted to give an update just in case folks missed some information about what's going on at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. There are 13 children who arrived at the ER. They're all being treated. Rather, 2 of those were transferred to San Antonio. One of them is pending a transfer to University Hospital, which we heard from Tim Gerber regarding that. In addition to that, there were 2 children who were DOA, meaning dead on arrival. We presume from gunshot injuries, but we cannot presume that. A 45-year-old is also at the hospital, apparently grazed by a bullet. So that's 2 adults that we now know of. The one 66-year-old woman in critical condition at University Hospital, and now this 45-year-old who was grazed by a bullet at the hospital right now being treated. We don't have conditions on any of the people who are at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We just know that it looks to be at least 13 children and maybe a couple of adults as well there. That's right. So, and as per fatalities, we do know 2 children dead. We are waiting to learn an update from local authorities. Leah Waldman was at the Civic Center, and this is a map. This is all about 80 miles west of where we are right now in San Antonio. So this is Uvalde. You see Robb Elementary, and then the other 2 pivotal points of contact for where we've been talking about this morning and through the afternoon. Robb Elementary, where the shooting unfolded. First call came out just around noon. Now, the students, we're told hundreds of students bused and evacuated to Willie De Leon Civic Center, and now
Parents are encouraged to go reunify with their children. And then Uvalde Memorial Hospital, where two students showed up dead. We know 13 others injured. As per UHS, University Hospital here in San Antonio, we know at least 2 people here. Tim Kerber has been joining us live, and we know there was at least one woman, 66 years old at last check, in critical condition, and a student also transported here to San Antonio. We are still waiting to learn their condition as well.
All right, we want to show you some video that we are now getting in from the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. They're doing a massive effort right now to send blood units over to the hospital over in Uvalde that's treating so many people. They have 15 units sitting over there. It's called the Brother at Arms program, and you can see them handing it off to helicopter pilots who are going to take it over to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. The producer was just talking to me, Landon. They're asking for more people to please come in and donate. Is that so? Yes. Okay, that is so, because they have running out of units at the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. This is to be expected when you have an active shooter situation with mass shootings, mass casualties. So this is something, I know you're sitting at home and you're thinking, well, what can I do? I'm just so upset about this. This is evil. This is horrible. Well, here's something that you can do. You can go donate some blood right now, because there is something you can do, and you can help out those casualty victims in Uvalde by donating your blood. South Texas Blood and Tissue Center, it's right there on I-10 in San Antonio. They have sent over 15 units. They are running out as a result of that. So let's go resupply. And
the problem is not only for a shooting situation like this, which is horrendous, but we've had a blood shortage for months now.
Right.
And this is a situation where, like Ursula, you were saying, you can get up and you can help. And we have talked to South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. We've heard from SAPD. We've heard from UHS. They're all trying to step up, help out. We know SAPD sending as many resources as possible to Uvalde in the investigation. We know multiple law enforcement agencies on the scene. We know that Secretary Mayorkas has been briefed. Border Patrol on the scene, helping out with medical situations. And a tragic situation 2 days before the end of school in the area of Uvalde. 16,000 people, an elementary school, and a shooting at an elementary school for 2nd to 4th graders. We know at least 13 injured, ambulanced to Uvalde Memorial, 2 dead on arrival. We know 2 people here at University Hospital transported, a 66-year-old woman in critical condition and a student. And we know so many parents of so many students who are waiting to learn if one of their children are those shot or injured in this situation. It's
just so heartbreaking for all the other parents in Uvalde who are at other schools, have children in other schools. They're being asked, you are being asked to pick up your child. They're not going to do bus service today, and they're going to notify you in an orderly fashion how to go pick up your child, and they're going to have escorts for your child, because everybody is super sad about this. We know you're scared, and the governor of Texas is listening in on all of this, and he actually just put out a statement.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased, and is believed that responding officers killed him. It appears that 2 responding officers were struck by rounds but have no serious injuries. The Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department is the investigating agency, and we will provide them and the city of Uvalde substantial investigative and patrol assistance.
So that was Governor Greg Abbott telling us 14 students shot and killed 18-year-old Salvador Ramos. The alleged gunman also deceased.
We are getting all sorts of reports about Salvador Ramos. We're not going to put them on the air until we have them confirmed. But again, sad, incredibly sad. 14 students shot and killed, as well as a teacher, apparently. A gun was used, obviously, in this case, a handgun. They think potentially a rifle as well. Uvalde police investigating with all of the help of all of the other law enforcement as well. It's worse than anybody thought.
Right, and we've been tracking this since it really started. The calls came in just before noon. A shooting at Robb Elementary School, Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, 80 miles west of here in San Antonio. We now know the alleged gunman. We now know 14 students shot and killed. The gunman, the 18-year-old, also deceased at this moment. The investigation is ongoing, and we've been checking in live from multiple situations. We checked in with Garrett Beringer, who is at the elementary school. We'll be checking in with Lee Waldman, who is at the Reunification Center. So, Lee, how does it look out there?
So what we're seeing right now is there's a lot of parents starting to come out of this reunification center. So if you see people coming out behind me, that's exactly who that is. We did just talk with the county judge, and he tells me that this press conference that we've been waiting on, we're going to hold off still a little bit longer on that. It's going to happen at 5 o'clock. They said they're actually going to move locations here. It's going to be happening just down the road at the Fairplex at 5 o'clock. He heard that from the Uvalde mayor. So that's where we're getting that information from the county judge there. But he also said it's because there are so many parents inside of this civic center, and just hearing that information from Governor Abbott about 14 people killed in this, it's a heartbreaking situation. And we understand that so many families are touched by this, and that's why they're going to be moving this press conference to give them some space, because it is absolutely heart-wrenching. I think Ursula said it perfectly there. It's worse than anyone had ever imagined, that number of students who came to school today, and the unimaginable had happened. There's still a lot of law enforcement here. We have a lot of law enforcement here. We see a lot of parents coming out, and they're getting emotional. A lot of the parents are still just standing at the window and watching everything unfold out here, not necessarily wanting to leave just yet and have to walk by all of these people. But you can feel the emotion in the air here as those families are passing. I saw someone who walked out, and it looked like they had some kind of school badge on, so I'm not sure if they're a school staff member or not. But it is heartbreaking, because you could see the emotion on that woman's face as she came out. She spoke with the county judge as well, and it just was terror and horror on her face, and just raw emotion. So I think that's what everyone is feeling here as we're learning more of these just horrific details about what this person did at an elementary school. It's horrifying, it's terrifying that what happened, and we're waiting for more of those details to come out. Again, that press conference is now going to happen at 5 o'clock. We'll bring it to you the latest whenever it does happen. It's going to be moving from this civic center here just a few miles down the road to the Fairplex. We'll be heading that way in just a few minutes.
Lee, Steve Spriester and Myra Arthur taking over for the great job that Max and Ursula did. I see people that are leaving behind you. I'm guessing what the governor just said about the 14 students dead, one teacher killed as well, kind of spreading around that area right now.
I mean, Steve, Myra, if you were here, you can just feel a wave of sadness that's coming out of this civic center here. So many parents waiting to get reunified with their children here, and then hearing that from Governor Greg Abbott, hearing the extent of death that this person inflicted. It's awful, it's gruesome, and you don't necessarily have the words to process what he had just said. But yeah, it's a lot of families who are still in that civic center and who are still trying to process all of the information that's coming in.
And Lee, a lot of those families still waiting for more information, just like the rest of us, because as we're learning, of course, this incredibly tragic news that has the power to really make you physically sick, that 14 children were killed today at this elementary school. We don't have a lot of information as to how all of this unfolded, how this suspect, this 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, who was killed, has been shot and killed himself, how he ended up in this school, where he went in that school, how these children became targets here. That is still a huge question for everyone there where you are, and for really everyone who's watching this across the country at this point.
Myra, you said it perfectly. It's hard not to almost feel physically ill hearing what happened at this elementary school where young children were, and they won't be leaving. You can't really wrap your mind around what actually took place here. And I saw you even put it on Twitter, you're sick to your stomach hearing the details of what happened here. And you get that sense from everyone in this community that this is inflicting pain on, and it's not just this community, it's spreading across the nation, this sadness for all of those children at Robb Elementary School. And you can just feel the sadness radiating from the Civic Center behind us. And we know we need to get these details at 5 o'clock when this press conference happens. It's information that we need to know, but it's also information that is incredibly, incredibly hard to hear for so many families that our hearts absolutely break for, that we're praying for, because this situation should have never happened.
When I heard the governor say that, Lee, it just took my breath away. And I'm also noticing we saw DPS walk past. We saw Border Patrol walk past. We saw local county sheriffs walk past. I mean, they also seem to be grieving in a way. I know Max talked about Sutherland Springs, and I was there shortly after that shooting. The thing I was struck by most was just how quiet it was with all those people there, and all of the, not only law enforcement and the ambulances and the media, just how quiet it was and how many people were in shock what happened. Is that what you're experiencing there as well?
Steve, that same eerie quiet you're describing, aside from the helicopter that's flying overhead, that's what we're feeling here. It has this eerie sense to it where, there were so many families who are affected by this terrible tragedy that we can't say it enough, should never have happened. But yeah, you do get that same sense of what happened here, that grief that just is radiating through the entire community, especially to the law enforcement that's here. We have Border Patrol here, we have DPS, we have local sheriffs here, we have ATF agents here, and I can tell you, each one of them that we saw, as we're getting closer to hearing that information from Governor Abbott, you can see that sadness with them too, and many of them gathered over the front of this Civic Center here, and this is where parents have to go through, show IDs in order to go inside and get some more information. It seems like there's family members there now, but it just really is this heartbreaking, eerie quiet. And it happened within the last 10 minutes that the sound seemed to have just dropped out here, aside from this helicopter overhead. It gives you chills almost, and it's a hot summer day here, and you have chills just being here.
And Lee, you said that this is a place where parents are coming to be reunified with the kids who are thankfully safe. After all of this, it looks like presumably parents are still entering the doors behind you there. I know you mentioned earlier that walkway off to your side, you were keeping clear because some kids were expected maybe to go through that area. Are you seeing a lot of parents leaving with their kids still at this hour?
That's probably one of the hardest things that we're seeing, because we're seeing parents leave and they don't have their kids with them. So that's been tough to see, and I don't know if that's because their kids are still inside. I'm not sure, but we are seeing a lot of people who look like parents. They're leaving without children here at the Civic Center. We don't want to show too close onto this window behind us, because we want to give parents and their families their space, and we want to respect them for what they're going through. You just saw a family walk by me arm in arm. It's heartbreaking, it's sad, so we want to not show them, and it's a sad, tough situation to see so many parents walking out of here and they don't have their kids. I'm getting a little emotional seeing some of the families behind us hugging each other. It's hard to see.
It is, and I don't think people understand that it's hard for people who are going through it, and when you're one of those news crews on the scene, you are going through it as well. Lee, we're going to take a little break. I'll give you a little break here, let you kind of process what's going on. Appreciate what you're doing down there, and we'll check in with you here in a few minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Lee.
All right, so just moments ago, what was already tragic turned horrific, with the governor basically saying 14 students and a teacher were killed inside Uvalde's Robb Elementary School. That is an elementary for 2nd through 4th graders.
And we are just learning some new information about the suspected shooter in this case, 18-year-old Salvador Romas, who has been shot and killed, we are learning was a student at Uvalde High School. So this is someone who was from that community. This is someone who is presumably familiar with the school system there, who may have grown up there. We're not quite sure about those details yet, but we know that at one time, this suspected gunman who walked into Robb Elementary School this morning, a place for 2nd through 4th graders, and shot and killed at least 14 students and a teacher, was a product of the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District himself, a student at Uvalde High School there. And when you hear that information, this is a tough situation. It is just, it's hard to find a new adjective to use other than horrific, unimaginable, but to find out that it was something from within your own community.
Yeah. It just takes it takes your breath away no matter where you are. But growing up in a town of roughly 14,000 people like Uvalde is, very tight-knit community, a community where a lot of people know each other, there is a sense of shock. And I talked about Sutherland Springs and how eerily quiet it was after that shooting there, where it was almost like a sense that people were mourning. Very much the same scene in Uvalde. This is some video from earlier where you saw what looked like Border Patrol agents that were helping out on the scene. It was a chaotic scene when we first arrived. There were a number of different law enforcement agencies that tried to help out in this situation. At one point, witnesses said they saw kids crawling out of windows to escape the building. But again, just within the last 30 minutes, Governor Greg Abbott giving us more details on exactly what happened inside Robb Elementary in Uvalde. 14 students and their teacher killed. We know that there are at least 2 other patients that are being treated at San Antonio University Hospital. We know there are somewhere in the neighborhood of 13 kids that are being treated at Uvalde's Memorial Hospital as well, and at least 1 patient in Uvalde waiting to be transported to San Antonio and University's Trauma Center here.
And learning that the suspect in this case is someone from within Uvalde, within that community. We don't know if this person was perhaps new to the district, new to the city of Uvalde, but if not, this is a small community. Like you mentioned, Steve, it is a tight-knit place. And I was actually just out at another one of our amazing small towns earlier in South Texas today and spoke to somebody there about the feel of a small town, how when something happens, people come together and rally around each other. You just wonder if people know who this person is. They know the suspect's family. Did they grow up with this person? I mean, we're trying to gather a lot more information about obviously what happened here, what potentially led Salvador Romas, as investigators have named him as the suspect, to go into the school and carry out this horrific act of violence. But knowing that it's somebody from within that community is certainly going to amp up the number of questions that people have.
It is, like you said, it takes your breath away when you heard this. It's horrific. It's unthinkable. But there's also a sense of people wanting to know what they can do to help. Not just people in Uvalde, but people throughout our viewing area. And I think the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center is kind of asking people to give blood, to donate blood. This is video earlier from here in town of one of the members of the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center handing over blood supplies to a couple of the pilots of a helicopter. They are going to take these right to Uvalde because they are desperately needed. So what I am asking, what the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center is asking at this hour is, if you want to help, if there's this feeling of helplessness because of what is unfolding in Uvalde, perhaps the best way to do it is roll up your sleeves and give blood, because blood donors were needed even before this horrific incident, and they are certainly needed now as well.
And you can see that was video posted to the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center Facebook page, social media, a great place to go find resources on where you can donate, contact information, all those kinds of things. And if you have been looking through social media throughout the morning, because this has been unfolding since a little before noon today, so the last 4 hours, at least at this point, a lot of conflicting information, confusing information about what led up to this. We know that Border Patrol was involved in the response in Uvalde. That led to some questions about potentially the relationship between Border Patrol and the suspect. But they're very much part of the community in Uvalde, so they're part of the response there as well. So still waiting to get official word outside of the number of children, the number of victims that we know in this case. Again, 14 children confirmed dead, one teacher who we know has also been shot and killed, and at least 2 people transferred here to University Hospital in San Antonio to get treatment.
Yeah, and you know, Uvalde is just one of those towns where you have a main street that runs right through town. It's where a lot of the businesses are, a lot of the gathering places, and where all of these places that we've been talking about are just off of that main drive that goes through Uvalde. So it's really reverberating from Robb Elementary across South Texas right now and across the country. What has happened in this elementary school for 2nd through 4th graders? We mentioned that some of those patients were being treated at University.
Tim Gerber is actually standing by outside of University Hospital here in San Antonio, and he's been gathering information all afternoon about the role that they are playing in helping out in this tragedy. So, Tim, what have you learned so far?
Well, I can tell you they just, Myra tweeted out less than a minute ago that new details on that other patient, the child. They have identified that child as a 10-year-old girl, and they report that she is in critical condition. She was brought here along with a 66-year-old woman who was injured in the shooting. She is also listed in critical condition. That is the last update we have had. When we first got here earlier this afternoon, I went directly to the corporate communications office here at University Hospital and spoke with Elizabeth Allen, who's the director of communications, and she was just getting ready to go into a meeting to get updates. I asked if there was going to be any sort of a news conference about what was happening here with those patients. She said they had not planned that, so we've basically been getting our information and updates through Twitter, and occasionally she has texted me. So the latest information is that there is a 10-year-old girl here from that shooting in Uvalde in critical condition, along with a 66-year-old woman who is also in critical condition. Steve, Myra?
Hey, Tim, there were reports earlier that there was a patient in Uvalde that was waiting to be transported to the trauma unit in San Antonio. Any word on that patient?
No, when we first got here, we saw one helicopter landing up on the parking garage next to the emergency room tower, and that is the only activity we've seen since then. There's been other helicopters landing at other hospital facilities, probably just transporting regular patients that need to be at the hospital, but here at University Hospital, we've only seen one helicopter land since we've been here, and we've been here now about 2.5 hours. So not a lot of activity going on here, but they did push out that update about the 10-year-old girl who was here injured.
All right, Tim, live outside University Hospital. We'll check in with you, I'm sure, shortly. Thank you so much. You know, you hear in these situations, which unfortunately we are very familiar with, both, you know, as journalists and also just our viewers out there watching, that there are so many other injuries that also tend to go along with these active shooter incidents. So while we do know the number of people who have been killed, we also know, as Tim mentioned, we've got other people who are fighting serious injuries, who may have also been shot, may have been injured in the chaos. You mentioned kids. I mean, we're talking about 2nd through 4th graders. These are tiny kids who were trying to get out of classroom windows to escape all of this. So you have to think about those families as well, who perhaps they're not hearing the worst, but they may have a very long road ahead of them with the injuries that their loved ones have sustained.
And really, we want to reemphasize the fact that the only official update that we've gotten so far is from the governor of the state of Texas, Greg Abbott, telling us that 14 students and a teacher were shot and killed inside Uvalde's Robb Elementary for 2nd and 4th graders. We don't know if the gunman came there with the intent of wreaking this kind of damage on this elementary, of taking young lives. We don't know that. We don't know if it's an incident that started outside the school and he ran into the school. We don't know exactly what happened, but there's a lot of speculation out there on social media, And we are not going to entertain that. What we're going to do is bring you the facts as soon as we get them confirmed. And what we know right now is that the alleged gunman is 18-year-old Salvador Romas. He's the alleged gunman. He is from Uvalde. 14 students killed and 1 teacher injured. And we just heard from Tim Gerber that there are patients being treated here at University Hospital, which we knew. We have more details, though. A 10-year-old girl in critical condition, presumably one of those students at Robb Elementary, transported here to the trauma unit at University Hospital, and a 66-year-old woman also in critical condition, perhaps one of the teachers from Robb Elementary, that was also airlifted here to San Antonio and University Hospital, a trauma center.
And you mentioned all of the reports, the speculation, the confusion that plays out on social media. So much of that has changed, which of course, like you said, we're not going to go through here, because we know that at the top of the next hour, 5 o'clock, that's when we are expecting a press conference that I believe our Lee Waldman will be going to get official word on what investigators know up to this point, because it is interesting that we're now 4 hours after this incident and we have heard very little from officials up to this point. And in fact, it's come from the governor himself in terms of confirmation on how many people have been shot and killed in this incident. And you know, it's just the questions that will play out. They won't all be answered here today either. They will be answered in the days, the weeks, and maybe there will some that still linger for years to come, because this is not, unfortunately, the first time that this has happened, and the first time that we have all gone through something like this.
Yeah, and it's an emotional situation. Lee Waldman, our reporter in Uvalde, one of our reporters in Uvalde this afternoon, talking about seeing parents crying outside of the Civic Center that they've called the Reunification Center for a lot of students and parents there. And she said, sadly, she was seeing parents leave that Reunification Center without their children tonight. And that is something that I think sticks with all of us. The fact that there are 14 young lives that were taken this afternoon.
And school was set to end this week. The last day of school.
Thursday, correct?
Was Thursday. And you know, this is an exciting time, especially for any student, but especially at that age where you have all of the end of the year festivities and parties and celebrations for a successful school year. And you just wonder if this suspect is somebody who is from within that school district, who is from within that community. Did they know good and well that that's what was playing out, with the intent not only to, this would be tragic at any time of year, but to certainly just eliminate any of the happiness, the celebration that so often comes with the end of a school year.
A time of anticipation. I mean,
it is.
Kids and teachers and administrators wondering what they're going to do on their summer break.
There are also a lot more adults typically on school campuses this time of year for those very celebrations, for those graduations. And so I don't know exactly what was happening at Robb Elementary today in light of the end of the school year just being 2 days away. But you know that schools certainly prepare for this kind of thing, because that's the world that we're in now, where a lot of schools have active shooter drills and active shooter practice. But you know, when you're in a time perhaps maybe a little off your game, if you will, caught off guard, just because you are in the mood to celebrate and to look forward to the next year and the future for these students and teachers.
That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up, that there are a lot of end of the year activities. When we see a 66-year-old woman in critical condition at University Hospital, one of the ones that was transferred from Uvalde to University Hospital here in town, you think it was a teacher. It could have been a parent, could have been a grandparent that was just there visiting school. So we don't want to speculate too much, but it just, when the early reports are that there were 2 students that were killed, that's bad enough. Then the governor comes out just last hour talking about the fact that 14 students and a teacher were killed. That's the latest update that we have, and that, like I said, it just takes your breath away. It's gone from tragic to horrific, and
every time we mention it, I have to kind of look down to To catch my breath there, just knowing that this is playing out anywhere, but certainly so close to home, about 80 miles from San Antonio.
And this is video from earlier of Robb Elementary itself. You get an idea of the school campus there and what we saw when we were first on the scene. To kind of reset what we know right now for those of you who might not have been with us for the 4 hours that we've been on the air here since this happened. It happened shortly around noon. Reports of an active shooter at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. Again, it's an elementary school between kids between 2nd and 4th grades. As we take in more video there, you see one of the Air Life helicopters, 2 of the Air Life helicopters that are actually on the scene. It looks like another what might be a police helicopter that was there as well. The initial reports were that suspect was in custody. We now have been told that suspect is dead. The initial reports that there were 2 students that were shot and at least 13 to 15 that were shot and killed, and at least 13 to 15 students that were injured. And again, that has been updated just recently by the governor, Greg Abbott, saying 14 students and a teacher were killed inside Robb Elementary this afternoon.
And again, this is video from earlier showing law enforcement responding during the chaos there. You can see that officer running toward the scene, or vehicles speeding towards the scene. And, you know, as all of this unfolds, there is just so much confusion, so much chaos. And really to see something that caught my attention, the response on social media from the school district itself, from the school itself, doing their best to keep people informed, to say, do not come to the school, do not come here in a rush to try to pick up your children. Here is what we're trying to do to get everyone to a safe space. These are some pieces of information that we're going to go through just to give you an idea of how it all started. The call came in just before noon. Again, we know that 14 students have been killed, 1 teacher as well. Here in San Antonio at University Hospital, a 10-year-old girl, a 66-year-old woman in critical condition. The suspected shooter, an 18-year-old named Salvador Romas, has been shot and killed by law enforcement. And this is someone who went to Uvalde High School, someone who is from that community. And I'll sure be interested to find out if this is somebody who grew up there, someone very familiar with not only the community, but also Robb Elementary School. And to figure out, you know, how did he get into the school? Where did he go when he went into the school? I know there were some initial reports about being in a classroom, but all of that is still yet to be confirmed. And we're hoping that that is what we learn when this press conference happens here at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, and like I said, most of the details that we have right now are from a press conference that Governor Greg Abbott had just moments ago. And I don't know, do we still have that piece of video? Landon is our producer. If we can play that soundbite from the governor again, where he kind of details what he knows and what he learned, if we can get that queued up. Okay, we actually have a new soundbite from the governor talking about some of the families in Uvalde. Let's listen to that right now.
When parents drop their kids off at school, they have every expectation to know that they're going to be able to pick their child up when that school day ends. And there are families who are in mourning right now, and the state of Texas is in mourning with them for the reality that these parents are not going to be able to pick up their children.
That's certainly a sentiment that's being felt by a lot of us today, the parents who are just not being able to pick up their kids from school today because of the horrific actions of an 18-year-old, apparently Salvador Romas. We're learning more about him, more details that we were just given. 18-year-old Salvador Romas believed to have shot his grandmother before going to that elementary school. He was a student at Uvalde High School. He was a U.S. citizen. And
there were some questions about that because of the involvement of Border Patrol in this situation. Certainly some initial reports that perhaps there was an issue with the suspect and Border Patrol. But again, as we've mentioned, Border Patrol is part of the community in Uvalde. They are law enforcement. They were there to respond. So any questions that may need to be answered as far as that goes, that's still yet to come. But this is a person who is from that community who, obviously, investigators believe started out this act of violence well before he got to this elementary school, shooting and killing his own grandmother before then making his way to Robb Elementary, where we know that 14 children between the grades of 2nd and 4th grade were shot and killed, along with one teacher.
And you talked about Border Patrol, and I think we just live in a time where if you see Border Patrol, you assume that it may have something to do with immigration, it may have something to do with migrants. But Border Patrol is such a heavy presence along the border and really in the corridor between San Antonio and Del Rio and Eagle Pass for sure, and certainly a presence in Uvalde. And when a call like this goes out, it's really all hands on deck when it comes to law enforcement. That's why we saw Texas DPS there. We saw Uvalde police there. We saw Border Patrol agents there. Just anybody that was in that general area was rushing to that elementary school to help in any way they could. And we actually heard from Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas earlier saying that Border Patrol agents did take part in this operation, and not only in trying to stop the shooter, but also providing medical aid to some of the people that were injured on the scene.
And helping is something that a lot of people want to do in this situation. There is a horrible feeling of helplessness as you're watching this play out. And I want to mention to people how they can do that. But before we get to that, I just want to see if maybe we can perhaps prep our Garrett Berger. I know that he has been at the school there where we did see law enforcement, and they have all been on the scene, of course, going through the information they can find there to try to piece all of this together. So we'll talk to him as soon as he is available. But in the meantime, we can direct you to our website, to KSAT12. That is where you can find resources on where you can give, how you can help. We mentioned the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center needs donations right now. This was already an organization before this tragedy that was looking for help and looking for donations. So you know that now it is especially needed. So check out KSAT.com. It should be right there on the homepage. Ways that you can help out in the wake of what has happened here.
Yeah, and because blood donations from San Antonio are being used in Uvalde at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We saw the video earlier of 2 big boxes of blood donations being given to helicopter pilots who are flying it down to Uvalde. That's how urgent the need is right now. And as Myra said, there's a helpless feeling that comes with incidents like this. If you want to help and you can donate blood, giving blood is one way that would certainly be greatly appreciated. I know the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center takes blood donations. I believe University Hospital also has a blood donation center where you can give blood. Both of those locations, I'm hoping, are going to be very busy over the next few hours with people wanting to roll up their sleeves and do what they can to help those who are hurting and who need the help right now in Uvalde and really across our viewing area.
And incidents like this, I don't know about you, but it takes you back to Sandy Hook Elementary. People will certainly draw comparisons to what happened there and what is happening here, and the fact that these things are still happening. And it's gut-wrenching for all of us to have to go through, but those families that our Lee Waldman was talking about who are showing up at that civic center, who are there with their IDs, trying to, prove who they say they are, so they can once again be reunified with their children, or learning that their children have been injured or perhaps even worse. That is something that this small town is going to be feeling for weeks, for months, for years to come.
Maybe 80 miles that separate San Antonio from Uvalde, but we are all one community when something like this happens. And that's why we're trying to bring you the most accurate information we can with exactly what happened. I'm hesitant to name the shooter too often, but because he is from the Uvalde area, 18 years old, killed presumably by law enforcement, killed his grandmother, then went to the elementary school. So it does seem as if it was, at least from the details that we've been given so far, a premeditated move on his part to open fire on kids.
And, for all of the schools that have, every school across this country will take note of what is playing out here today.
At this time, we will be making a statement.
All right, we've got a
This is
press
the news
conference with the very
from
latest
Uvalde.
information. Yeah, let's listen in.
Is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
Good afternoon. As she mentioned, I'm going to make a statement, and at this point, we won't take any questions. The time we will be addressing the media soon. At approximately 11:32 a.m. this morning, there was a mass casualty incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. This school has children that are in second, third, and fourth grade. I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime. Families are being notified, and we are providing services to them as the district should. As far as the rest of the district is concerned, safety measures were taken to make sure that we had a safe release for the rest of the district, throughout our city of Uvalde. And we had numerous law enforcement officers and agencies that assisted with the safety release for those students. We do want to keep all our families in their prayers. I hope you do as well. And we also want to respect the privacy of the family. The crime scene is still being worked on. And again, we'll notify the parents and the families as soon as we have some news for them. Thank you so much.
We greatly appreciate your understanding and patience with us. Please know at this time, we are only making a statement. We will be releasing more information as the investigation continues. We appreciate your courtesy. At this time, it concludes our press conference. Thank you.
All right, very little information shared there, but at least we have now heard from local authorities there to say that it really confirming a lot of the details that we already knew, that this began at 11:32 a.m. at Robb Elementary, a school for second through fourth graders. The officer that we heard from there did say that, of course, there are several fatalities. We know that number is 14 students and one teacher shot and killed. He did talk about how there are also adults and students who are injured at this point. Our Tim Gerber told us about two who are being treated here, a child, a girl who is 10 years old, as well as a woman who is 66 years old being treated in San Antonio at University Hospital. But we don't have any indication as to how many may still be there in Uvalde being treated for their injuries.
Yeah, the gunman, an 18-year-old, is deceased. The governor saying earlier he was shot by law enforcement. And though it's very early in the investigation, they do believe that this 18-year-old acted alone. And again, we have more details than what we learned from that news conference. We have learned that the 18-year-old Salvador Romas is believed to have shot his grandmother before going to Robb Elementary. He was a student at Uvalde High School. He was a U.S. citizen. And that this does seem as if it was planned by him to go to Robb Elementary, because there was some conflicting reports that perhaps his gun battle with law enforcement started outside of the school, then he went into the school. It does not appear, at least from the limited details we have right now, that that is the case. The police department, the officer also saying, please keep these families in your prayers.
And now Governor Abbott, he was in our area just yesterday in Eagle Pass, touring the border there. He is actually addressing what's happened back in our area from Abilene today, where he was there focused on talking about the wildfire response in that part of the state. And he did have some information that he shared earlier at that press conference talking about keeping kids safe in school. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Our job is multifold. First, to make sure we address exactly what happened at this crime scene, and then second, to make sure we take that information and do everything that is necessary to ensure that crime scenes like this are not going to be repeated in the future, and that we're going to be able to ensure the safety and security of our schools.
That's the governor speaking, and the governor actually, that's where we've got most of our details that we know right now. Our Lee Waldman is in Uvalde. Lee, have you moved from the Civic? No, you're still at the Civic Center, the De Leon Center, what they're calling the Reunification Center there. We had a very brief news conference from I believe it was the Uvalde Police Department or the school district. I'm not sure who that officer was, basically reiterating a lot of what we've learned. What are you hearing there?
That was the police chief for Uvalde Police Department, Pete Arredondo, and he was saying this incident, it's a lot of what we know, that they're asking for some patience. They didn't take any questions at this time, but as we were inside of the Civic Center, what hit me is there's rooms full of parents getting the worst news that they've ever imagined. There's actually just a family behind us praying with what looked like a law enforcement officer holding hands and then just bowing their heads. People are going to be coming in and out behind us, and you're going to see them pretty emotional because they're just finally getting that news, the news that they didn't want to get. They were hoping that their children would be coming home, but they're learning inside of the Civic Center here that they're not going to be. So that's what he said as well, that they're in the process of notifying all of those families of those children who had passed. That police officer you heard, he didn't confirm how many children were killed, but we do have that information from Governor Greg Abbott. We know that there's going to be another press conference later on. That is what a member of the school district said. We'll get more information there, and that at that point we'll have an opportunity to ask some of our questions, because we know you at home have just as many questions as we do here, and as does the rest of our station there in San Antonio. But it is eerily quiet. Steve, you mentioned that earlier, and I want to touch base back on what you said, that quiet after a tragedy like this happens inside of the Civic Center. That's what we hear. But actually, before we were able to go inside, we saw a family come out, and you could just hear screams in the parking lot behind us as they're trying to process that news. And that's the emotions that we're feeling here in Uvalde and just outside of this Civic Center, where so many parents are just trying to come to terms with the news that they're hearing today. They dropped their kids off at school and fully expected to pick them back up again at the end of the day. And because of a truly evil person, that's not going to be happening now.
There are 14 families who, like you mentioned, Lee, whose children will not be coming home, whose loved one. There's also the teacher who was shot and killed here. 15 families who know that their families will never be the same, their lives will never be the same, and you talk about just the news that they're hearing, and you're right there in this community as this is happening. I know that you feel the emotion, you hear it, even though it is incredibly quiet out there, and in the days and the weeks to come, this event is going to be analyzed, it's going to be picked apart. Parts of it will be made political, because that is just so often what happens in the aftermath of this. But that's what we cannot forget, is there are 15 lives in an elementary school that are over, and who all these people likely wanting to celebrate with each other because they have done so much over the last year. They have created so much progress and gotten to know each other and formed relationships. And now all of that is over because of one person.
You said 15 there, and that's so true. 15 innocent lives ended in a tragic way, but you have to also think this is a school full of kids from second grade to fourth grade. all of those children, all of their teachers, all of their families, the surrounding community, they're also feeling that intense trauma in this moment. And that's something we also touch on. After a shooting event happens like this, you get post-traumatic stress from an event like this. You get secondary trauma from an event like this, from talking about it, from hearing about it, just from living in this community. You are exposed to that trauma. So while there's 15 lives that were taken today in such a tragic way, we also need to extend our prayers and wrap our arms around all of the other students who are terrified, the teachers who are terrified, and all of the families throughout this entire community who are really going to need our help in the coming days, weeks, months, years, as long as they need to grieve what happened today, because it shouldn't have happened.
And Lee, you're so right, and I'm glad that you pointed that out, because I was thinking about this earlier as we're wrapping up this school year, looking forward, as you said, in anticipation to next school year. That is 2.5, 3 very short months away when students and teachers are going to be expected to go back to class. And that's a big transition time no matter what's going on. But now certainly having a school, having a place that so many of these kids and teachers looked at as a safe space now be marred by this. You're right. For those who thankfully survived what happened today, there is a lot of work ahead for them as well to process all of this.
There is, and it's something we are going to be following extensively, and to know that so many of these teachers and students are going to go back to the place where this happened, where they lost their classmates, where they maybe lost a teacher, that's going to be hard, and I'm sure that's something that the school is going to take into account as well, and hopefully there's more than enough counselors available to anyone who possibly needs help in the months and I really think years that follow after something like this happens, because you can just, we're gonna let this family pass. Let's give them a second, guys. It's scenes like that one that really just rip your heart out, where people are just, they're emotional as they're leaving, because this is where they're getting that news. And
that's exactly what I was thinking when I saw that family.
Thought they would get.
I saw that family behind you, Lee, and I just thought, oh my gosh, they look like they just got the worst news. They're calling it a reunification center where you are. Are you seeing people on the other end of the spectrum that are just relieved to have their child in their arms, or is that taking place at a different location now?
Unfortunately, Steve, that happened earlier in the day, where those families were able to get there. And we'll let some people pass here. I'm sorry about that. That was happening earlier on in the day when they made the announcement parents can come and get their children. So that's when people were getting that happy news and were able to hug and kiss on their children once again, and their teachers, their loved ones who work at the school, because there's so many people included in this. But now what we're seeing is the people who are coming in, the people who are left still inside. These are the ones that aren't getting the news that they were hoping for at the end of all of this.
And those who do have their children back home with them, thankfully safe and sound now they go through the incredible task as a parent of trying to explain what happened. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that there is a parent out there who is prepared for that, who knows exactly the right words to say. But you have to think about, that's something that strikes me too, is what they're also going through now, trying to tell their children why this happened, when I don't think any of us really have that answer.
It's a teachable moment that you hope you never would have to teach your child.
And you're learning right along with them.
And you're learning right along with them.
That's the big challenge.
Obviously, Lee, a lot of emotions out there. There's still people that are just now learning the news. I mean, it's almost 4:30 in the afternoon. A lot of people have been at work. Some of them may have been at work outside of Uvalde that are just showing up. I saw people on phones hurriedly trying to make their way into the center, trying to figure out what's going on as well, correct?
Exactly, because you have to think not everyone has access to a phone during their workday. I mean, we're all constantly communicating with each other on ours and on social media and things like that, but not everyone is able to do that during their workday. So for so many people, their workday ended, and then they check their phone, and then they're alerted to this news that they probably didn't anticipate happening, especially in a community of this size. So yeah, there's a lot of people, or people who maybe have family members inside, who have called them and said, hey, this is what happened today. We need you to come here. We need that support. And so that's a lot of what we're hearing. And then when people are leaving, we're seeing them picked up by other loved ones getting out of the cars. And it looks like there's their family arriving here. So we'll step off to the side just a minute over here. But that is a lot of what we're seeing. People maybe who didn't hear the news right away, who are starting to hear that news, and who are going to have to start that whole process of wrapping their brains around it all over again. And Steve, Myra, you both mentioned, how does a parent talk to their child about this kind of a thing? And it's something we've talked about at KSAT, and we've covered with other shooting events like this one. But there's so many mental health. You can come through. It's okay. There's so many mental health resources that are available, and definitely encourage parents, if you have the ability, to reach out to someone to help you through that conversation. There's so many resources available, and we've done lots of stories with mental health counselors and resources throughout the San Antonio area and surrounding areas. So that is available, and we do have those on our website, KSAT12, just with past stories that we have done as well.
Yeah, Lee, that is an excellent point. I mean, over the last 2.5 years, dealing with the mental health toll that COVID has taken on so many kids, that has certainly been raising the conversation about mental health and bringing that to a place where a lot of people are much more comfortable talking about it. So I'm glad you pointed people to those resources, because parents and people, adults as well, who were inside that school, who are now dealing with the trauma of all of this, nobody has to do that alone. So there is help out there.
All right, Lee, I know you've got to get ready for the 5 o'clock newscast that's coming up here in a few minutes, so we're going to let you get ready for that. Thank you for what you've been bringing to us all afternoon. I certainly appreciate how you've been doing it. Thank you, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our Garrett Berger was one of our first reporters who was on the scene at Robb Elementary. Before we get to Garrett, I want to talk a little bit. We talked about the parents and the teachers and the community. When I talked to Special Agent Christopher Combs about, on his retirement, he talked about Sutherland Springs and how that was the most difficult crime scene he had ever walked into. Seeing innocent people at a church on a Sunday morning gunned down. I cannot imagine what law enforcement that's had to process this scene or be on the scene is going through as well. So I want to keep them in our thoughts as well as this whole thing plays out.
And here we are, another situation like this has happened yet again. Our Garrett Berger, he is at Robb Elementary, and speaking of law enforcement, obviously there are still many investigators there trying to gather all the evidence they can. So Garrett, you've been there several hours now. Get us up to speed. What's the latest there at the scene where this happened?
Well, the frantic action that happens during an emergency is really slowed down. And right now, there's a lot of law enforcement, but it's a very, very calm scene. But the emotion still hanging heavy in the air. That emotional weight of all those young lives lost, very much present in the air, as thick as the humidity out here. And it's an awful feeling. And all these law enforcement members securing a perimeter around a school that's been evacuated, a school that was supposed to let out for the summer in just 2 days' time. This should have been a joyous time. We should be hearing kids laughing on the sidewalk. We don't. Everybody, they've been evacuated. Hopefully, many of them to be reunited with their parents. But we have also seen family members come by the scene, still nervous, not sure what's happened to their child. They hadn't heard at the Civic Center. One father we talked to had heard maybe there were kids being held at another location near here. He came over to find out, and he wasn't able to get answers. And we still don't know what's become of him. He was looking for his 4th grade daughter. There are stories like that playing out across this entire community today. It's an awful day. It's an awful feeling. And unfortunately, it's a familiar one.
Yeah. Garrett, obviously there's still law enforcement inside that building, piecing together exactly what happened in there. Are you seeing, I know we saw some FBI people that came in after Sutherland Springs and kind of took over the operation of trying to pick up the evidence and some of the things that were happening there. Are you seeing that on your scene right now?
It's hard to tell exactly what activities there are going on. You can see farther down, there's a lot of activity near the back of the school. I can't be sure if they're going in that entrance, if they're out and back. There is a large field out and back of the school. We haven't gone over that way. I have seen numerous law enforcement agencies, state, local, federal, all of them coming in here trying to support local law enforcement and their mission of right now piecing together what happened, securing this school, and trying to get some answers for many, many grieving Uvalde families tonight.
And when we look at that school, Garrett, a lot of questions about how did this person get in the school? Where did they go? Did they have to get past someone to make their way into wherever the shooter carried out this horrific act? And I know that, with just the tremendous law enforcement presence, we can't answer any of those questions. We have to wait to hear from them. But are you getting any kind of indication from law enforcement, any new details? Because as we've mentioned, we've really heard some really details we already had confirmed from the Uvalde police chief there. But most of what we have heard and been able to report has come from the governor, who is across the state, who is in Abilene. Have you been able to talk to law enforcement there at the scene?
Unfortunately, we have not, Myra. We've been out here on the scene. Generally the guys who are at the perimeter, they have a general idea of what's going on, but they're usually very, very tight-lipped, trying to make sure that's coming from whatever press release or press conference happens, that those details coming out. As of right now, we haven't been able to piece together the actual details of how this happened or how it went down. All that we can see is behind us a school that should have been letting out in just 2 days for the summer, now closed for the foreseeable future, surrounded by crime tape and investigators. So unfortunately, we do not have those answers.
Yeah, I was just a little new piece of information. Garrett, I asked you about the FBI, if they were on the scene, because we did see them on the scene in Sutherland Springs. I am told that yes, they are on the FBI out of the San Antonio office is on the scene, and they're at the command post there, which I believe was the vehicle that you see further down with what looked like a satellite antenna off the top of it as you pan down those line of cars. I believe even if you go a little farther right there off in the distance, I believe that's the command post that has been set up. That's usually what one looks like on the scene. But I am told that yes, that there will, the FBI is on the scene, and they will be taking part in a press conference at 5 o'clock at the Fairplex, which is on Veterans Lane in Uvalde.
And from this view, when we're looking at what potentially may be that command center, Garrett, there's a fence right there. I mean, it looks like that may be a residential area. Can you kind of give us a lay of the land there? I mean, you're standing in front of the school, but what's around there? What else is really wrapped up in this scene?
As far as we've been able to explore around this area, this is locked down pretty tight. And once we got to our spot, it was kind of hard to keep moving around. But as far as we can tell, these are all pretty much one-family homes. This is a neighborhood. It's a school right in the middle of a neighborhood, intertwined with the community. And yeah, it looks like it's pretty open over there. You can't get down to see the, what kind of fence, but it doesn't look to be anything big from what we can see. So beyond the doors to the school, and we don't know where exactly this happened on the school campus, or at least I've not been briefed on that. We haven't been at these press conferences, but over here on the scene, it is pretty well locked down, and in the middle of any other neighborhood, like anyone in Uvalde or San Antonio.
Yeah, and you see what I'm presuming are law enforcement officials that are walking away from the scene, and what has to be a horrific scene inside that school. Thank you, Garrett, for your reporting, and I appreciate what you've been doing all afternoon. We have been getting a number of statements. We talked about how this is a shooting that reverberated from the main streets of Uvalde throughout South Texas and certainly throughout the country. We're told that President Joe Biden will be speaking to the nation tonight about this shooting. We've also been getting statements. I've been getting some sent to me, and I know we've been getting some sent to the newsroom as well. I got a statement from Congressman Vicente Gonzalez of Texas's 15th Congressional District saying, Lorena and I send our prayers to Uvalde and Robb Elementary community. The gravity of the situation is unimaginable and incomprehensible. The loss of a child to senseless violence is something that a parent should not have to go through, and we need to be committed to ending the epidemic of gun violence across the country. It goes on. Again, that is from Congressman Vicente Gonzalez of the Texas 15th District.
And I believe that we also have some statements from our local leaders here as well. This statement from Bexar County Judge Nelson Wolf: it is with profound grief and broken hearts that we learn about the news coming our way this afternoon. We stand united with the community in Uvalde and offer our assistance.
And he goes on to say, we also mourn with them over the lives of those children and adults lost to violence. Bexar County is sending personnel and material from the Office of Emergency Management, the Medical Examiner's Office, the Sheriff's Office, and University Hospital to support the ongoing operation.
This statement coming to us from San Antonio Mayor Ron Nirenberg. Uvalde is experiencing the sickening aftermath of a horrific mass shooting. At least 14 children and a teacher are gone. Pray for the lost, their families, and Uvalde. San Antonio has sent mass casualty resources to the region and will do all we can to help our neighbors heal. We also know that San Antonio police, they have sent resources to Uvalde as well. We saw some tweeted information from Police Chief William McManus earlier today saying that they essentially stand ready. They sent some SWAT officers down there, some investigators to help in what will be a very extensive investigation to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we are expecting a news conference around 5 o'clock. From Uvalde, and I expect that we will hear from not only the Uvalde Police Department, but also, as we have learned, the FBI is on the scene, as well as Border Patrol and some other law enforcement entities. So I am guessing we will hear from them and perhaps have even more details coming up at 5 o'clock. But it's unbelievable to imagine right now that 15 people have been lost inside an elementary school for students in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades. 14 students and 1 teacher killed by an 18-year-old gunman who is from Uvalde. And we talked about the need for blood donations. I also got an update. I believe the Uvalde Memorial Hospital is accepting blood donations there as well. And I believe also University Hospital accepting blood donations.
And we have kind of gathered away, consolidated all of those ways in which you can help. If you are moved to donate, you can check out those resources on KSAT12. That'll show you the contact information for these agencies like the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. If you're in Uvalde, certainly there is going to be some roads that are going to be blocked off, maybe different ways that you have to get around in order to get out and help. We've got that information on our website, again, KSAT.com. And as we get towards our 5 o'clock newscast here, if you are just joining us, again, we know that 14 children have been shot and killed by a gunman, an 18-year-old, a young man himself from that community who was a student at Uvalde High School, who investigators said shot his own grandmother and killed her before going to Robb Elementary School and carrying out what seems very much like a premeditated attack on children. This afternoon. It all started about 11:32 this morning, shortly before noon. And we know that 2 patients are in San Antonio, and they are being treated for critical injuries this evening.
A 10-year-old girl and a 66-year-old female are being treated right now here at San Antonio's University Hospital. There was at least talk at one point that one other patient was waiting to be transported from Uvalde Memorial Hospital to University Hospital. We've got no further update on that, but I did get it confirmed. Uvalde Memorial Hospital accepting blood donations from the Uvalde community today.
And we know that we have been on the air now for 4+ hours with a lot of questions yet to be answered about how this gunman got in this school, why this person targeted the school, where did this happen in this school? Was it in a classroom, in the hallways, things of that nature that people just want answered, just to give. You try to wrap your head around it with information, and even still, it doesn't make sense. But you get questions answered, and we have yet to do that. We are waiting to hear from officials, hopefully around 5 o'clock when they hold a press conference. But the information that we have been able to confirm has come from Governor Greg Abbott, who was actually in Abilene today, and obviously learning the news that happened. And he was there to talk about wildfire response, and now has had to shift gears to switch to this tragedy here in South Texas. So hopefully when that news conference starts at 5, we'll be learning more information about all of this.
I brought up the fact that we had word earlier that a student or a patient from Uvalde Memorial Hospital was waiting to be transported to University Hospital. I am being told that another patient is en route right now to University Hospital from Uvalde, should be arriving shortly in San Antonio. Our Tim Gerber is on the scene there at University Hospital. He said that they could hear the helicopters arriving when he first got on scene at University. And we are being told, at least I'm being told right now, that another patient is en route to San Antonio as we speak. I also believe we have some new ground video from the scene and maybe a new statement from Governor Abbott. Is that correct? All right, here's video from the scene itself where you can see the buses that are being brought in, I'm guessing, to load the kids up and take them away. There you see some of the emergency officials that were on the scene, and there you see another one of the vans that was brought up, presumably to move some of these students from Robb Elementary to safer locations. We also saw school buses. We saw what looks like a command post being set up there. We know that the FBI is on the scene at Robb Elementary. We do know that we're also going to have a news conference coming up in about 13 minutes live from Uvalde. And we also know that there is a terrific toll that has been taken at this school. 14 students and a teacher killed allegedly by an 18-year-old gunman, Salvador Romas, who is from Uvalde, who goes to Uvalde High School, is a U.S. citizen, and is believed to have shot his grandmother before going to that school. I told you we had something from the governor. This is the official statement that he's putting out. Quote, Texans across the state are grieving for the victims of this senseless crime and for the community of Uvalde. Cecilia and I mourn the horrific loss, and we urge all Texans to come together to show our unwavering support to all who are suffering. We thank the courageous first responders who worked to finally secure Robb Elementary School. I have instructed the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Texas Rangers to work with local law enforcement to fully investigate this crime. The Texas Division of Emergency Management is charged with providing local officials all resources necessary to respond to this tragedy as the state of Texas works to ensure the community has what it needs to heal. End quote.
And that is going to be a very, very long process. As we were talking with our Lee Waldman earlier, you think about all the families who are fortunate enough to be home with their family intact, with all of their loved ones on the couch together this evening. And they're looking forward, or were prior to today, looking forward to the summer, to a new school year ahead. And it is going to be a few short months when students would be going back to that school, when teachers would be preparing for a new year. And now to have that place of learning and excitement, and a place where, so many relationships are formed and students and teachers bond, be the site of what we've seen play out here today. That's really going to change that healing process for so many of these families.
There are so many families tonight, not only in Uvalde, but I think across the nation, that are going to be holding their children a little bit tighter tonight. You're a parent, I'm a parent, Ursula's a parent. I think that, when you hear something like this happen, you just think about, how it impacts. What if it was you? What if you were in this situation?
You don't want to think about that, and you want to think about too, like we've talked about, what would you say to your child if you were fortunate enough to be able to hold them at the end of a day like this? How do you explain that to them? And as we've mentioned, there are professionals, there are resources out there to help parents who maybe you're here in San Antonio, you're not in Uvalde, your students weren't there, but they're still going to be, on their phones or hearing about this from their peers, from us. And there are ways in which people can help you explain it as well, because it's tough hearing about this no matter where you are in this situation.
Giving blood is the best thing you can do right now. If you're wondering how you can help, because certainly a helpless feeling is what I'm feeling right now, and I know that donating blood is much needed. It was needed even before this mass casualty incident. It is certainly needed now. University Hospital in town, the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center, and Uvalde Memorial Hospital itself asking for blood donations from the community in the wake of this horrific incident that happened at Uvalde's Robb Elementary School.
So we are hopefully just a few short minutes away from what is going to be that press conference in which we hopefully hear a little bit more confirmation of details about the number of people, too, who were also injured, because we know that there are several there at Uvalde Memorial who have been injured, adults as well as children. We talked about the 2 people, now 3, that are on their way at least to San Antonio to be treated here. So we haven't heard a lot of details from essentially the people on the ground there investigating this firsthand, but you have to imagine just the sheer presence of law enforcement, the number of agencies that are there. You talked about the FBI is there assisting local law enforcement. So there's a lot of coordination that has to happen before they're able to share that information with us.
I'm being told that at this news conference at 5 o'clock, it is expected that Uvalde Police Chief Pete Arredondo will be the only one who will be speaking. We know that there will be DPS, Texas Rangers, FBI, Border Patrol, numerous law enforcement agencies that will be there. But what I'm being told right now is it's expected that only Uvalde Police Chief Pete Arredondo, who we heard from earlier, will be one of the ones talking. And like I said earlier, we've been covering this for almost 5 hours now, and I know that Ursula Perry was on the air when this happened. It's hard to wrap your head around the fact that there are 15 people who are gone from a small South Texas community.
I tell you what, Steve, when Max Maskey and I went on the air with this initially, never in our wildest tragic nightmares would we ever have thought that is how this day would end. Very tense afternoon, starting from about noon all the way till, well, still now, because we're still waiting for information. But never in our wildest nightmares would we have thought that many children and people had been killed. And that was the kind of the hard part about being an anchor, is you kind of have to keep it together, and you're hearing all these rumors on social media. And so it was really hard for us to finally get that number and find out that really what we're covering on the air was historically evil and historically awful.
It's just hard to think about the families that are affected by this whole thing. 15 different families. And sadly, there are 2 people that are in critical condition right now at University Hospital. Somebody else being transferred to University Hospital. You hope there's no more loss of life, but you can't guarantee that the toll isn't going to rise from what happened this afternoon.
And unfortunately, this is not a first for us to talk about a mass shooting like this. And so it does happen when you hear the death toll rise and you hear the statements from officials who are, especially if they're local, grieving right alongside the people in Uvalde and the community there. And you can almost know what comes next, and sometimes that is worse information, and that's what we are hoping does not happen, does not come out of this. We're hoping for the absolute best for those who are injured, and I know our Lee Waldman, she talked about, you know, the 15 families who went into that reunification center who were trying to get more information and left without their loved one. Or those that...
If I could interject here, I can also tell you that, you know, I have a lot of friends who live in Uvalde, and they'll tell you that this is a small town. This is everybody knows everybody. And so almost immediately when news came out that there was an active shooter, the speculation within town narrowly focused in on the suspect that we now see before us. And so there was these parents who are grieving know the shooter. And I just can't imagine having that in my brain as a parent.
And I think Ursula, you're so right. I think that has been, I don't know why necessarily, but just a shocking piece of information for me to know that this is somebody who is a part of the community, who, you know, we don't know how long this person lived there, but they might have gone to Robb Elementary School or knew someone who did, been familiar with that school. And to be in such a small town where everyone does know everyone, and, you know, everybody is going to be rallying together, but having to process the fact that this was a threat from within, essentially, it has to make it even harder.
Yeah, and, you know, we've had statements from the governor, statements from San Antonio's mayor, Bexar County's judge, the president, Joe Biden, expected to speak tonight about what has happened in Uvalde, and we are waiting just moments away for a news conference with at least Uvalde Police Chief Pete Arredondo, where he will give us more details on exactly what's happened. But you turn your thoughts to the survivors at this point, and the thought that neighbors heard the gunshots inside the school. They saw kids and teachers crawling out of school windows to try to make it to safety. The evacuation of so many of those kids was what happened first. And you think about those little kids wondering, is this a drill? Is it not a drill? What do we do? How do we get out? And the teachers, you know, there'll be a lot of stories of what happened inside that school coming out over the next few days.
And unfortunately, there is a lot of preparation that does go into this scenario, because it is a reality for all of us now with these active shooter drills. There will be a lot of different ways to look at this, a lot of different stories to tell in the days and the weeks and months ahead. But we know that hopefully here in a few minutes, we're going to be hearing something official from the Uvalde police chief. So we are going to get our 5 o'clock newscast started here just a few minutes. We'll be right back here with you in seconds to give you the very latest on this shooting in Uvalde.
Yeah, 5 o'clock news is up next.
What happened in Uvalde is a horrific tragedy.
14 students and 1 teacher killed at a Uvalde elementary school. The 18-year-old shooter killed by authorities. We're live where the scene unfolded.
And we're about half a block or 1 block away from the school.
And we have a crew where parents are frantic for answers.
What hit me is there's rooms full of parents getting the worst news that they've ever imagined.
We have live team coverage in Uvalde where the school year comes to a tragic end. The news at 5 starts right now.
And we are continuing our coverage of the tragedy that unfolded inside a Uvalde elementary school. This is KSAT12 flying over the scene where 14 students and 1 teacher were killed days before the school year was set to end. The shooter, 18-year-old Salvador Romas, is also dead.
Right now, we know several people are struggling for their lives in the hospital. All this unfolding before noontime at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde.
Our Lee Waldman joins us live from the Civic Center, where students were taken to be picked up by their parents. She's been there all afternoon. Lee, those students killed in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. And you've talked about how earlier that was where parents were picking up their kids. In the last hour or so, it's been a place where these parents are getting the worst news they could imagine.
Exactly. The parents who are still left inside of the Civic Center here behind me, they're in different rooms because there's also voting happening in the Civic Center as well. But the parents there are holding on to their loved ones, holding on to each other as they have this shared grief of what they are experiencing and what the next years of their life are going to look like, because either their children or whether that they're related to the teacher in some way, their lives were taken away tragically today here in Uvalde. That school you mentioned, it's made up of 2nd through 4th graders. We just heard that from the Uvalde Police Department Chief, Pete Arredondo. He was saying it's 2nd through 4th grade inside of that elementary school. He wasn't sharing a lot of details with us, only confirming that there were in fact deaths and injuries in relation to this shooting that happened here today. But where we got a lot of this information, that was actually from Governor Greg Abbott. And to my understanding, we have some sound from him now. Let's go ahead and listen to that together.
When parents drop their kids off at school, they have every expectation to know that they're going to be able to pick their child up when that school day ends. And there are families who are in mourning right now, and the state of Texas is in mourning with them for the reality that these parents are not going to be able to pick up their children.
And the governor said it perfectly there. He said there's families in Texas right now who are in mourning, and those families, a lot of them are still inside of this Civic Center, some of them coming out of there crying, holding on to each other. We talked about an eerie silence in this area, and the silence is broken by the sound of people crying. We heard a woman screaming in the parking lot as she was taken to her car after getting the worst news they could ever imagine. And we're going to move out of the way here and give some people space to get through, because that's the most important thing. Families here who are experiencing this need to have arms and love wrapped around them in this moment, because they're going through the worst days of their life. You see them holding on to each other through there as they check in at that Civic Center and wait to hear news, either from officials or from other families that are still left inside. It's an incredibly, incredibly sobering experience here, because it is heartbreaking that we're experiencing this with them, and we want to let everyone know that they're in our thoughts and in our prayers. We're going to wait here at the Civic Center for more information. We know more information is coming from officials here. We're just waiting on that to actually start. We were told we can ask more of our questions and your questions at home in just a few moments. For right now, we're going to send things over to Garrett Berger. We understand he's at the school. It's about a mile away from where we are right now. Garrett?
Thank you, Lee. Garrett, this is just a horrific event that happened today. Talked about what is happening right now at the shooting scene at that elementary school.
Well, Steve, this was supposed to be just 2 days before school got out. This is supposed to be a joyous time right now. We should be hearing kids laughing right now. Instead, we're seeing law enforcement swarming over the campus. That looks like a mobile command center over here, and that's the Texas Rangers setting up right here outside of the school. We're seeing law enforcement, local, federal, state, all around the school here, as they keep the campus on lockdown. Everybody's been evacuated. There is nothing here but law enforcement and a crime scene at this point. However, some people also hoping there might be answers. We talked to at least one father who showed up here after he said he couldn't get answers about his 4th grade daughter's whereabouts at the Civic Center, where they were supposed to be able to pick kids up.
I just noticed that there was no buses, and yeah, because I've been there since 1 o'clock, and it's already 3 o'clock, and 2 hours later. So just confused and worried. I'm trying to find out where my baby's at.
Now, I did just speak with that father again over the phone just minutes ago. He says he still doesn't have any more information. He gave his information to a Texas Ranger, I believe he said, and he said that also they've checked several different hospitals, thinking that maybe his 4th grade daughter, a 10-year-old girl, might be there. But as of right now, no luck so far. But on the other hand, that could end up being good news. He and his family obviously holding out hope right now. Now, we've seen other people come through, some who appear to be family members, others who just appear to be members of the community, shocked by what's happened at this school, which sits in the middle of a neighborhood, shocked by the age of the victims and the fact that it could happen here. But unfortunately, if there's one thing we have learned, it can happen anywhere. Live in Uvalde, I'm Garrett Berger, KSAT12 News. Back to you.
Some information.
Very well said, Garrett. Thank you. And I want to thank you and Lee for what you're doing.
By the way, hold on.
Yeah, let's get Lee. Do you want us to take your live shot?
I think we're hearing that there's an address change for where we're going to have this other press conference. Our photojournalist Gavin is over getting that information for us right now. So that's, I believe, what is happening. I'm going to try and eavesdrop and listen in here. We're hearing that we're going to be moving to the Uvalde County Fairplex. That's where we were told earlier we would initially be moving to. So that's what he just said. We're going to be changing locations here shortly. So that's where this next press conference where we'll be getting more information, get a chance to actually ask some questions. That's where that's going to be happening at, guys.
Great. Lee Waldman, Garrett Berger live on the scene. Thank you guys very much for what you've been doing and how you've been covering this tragedy in that small town.
We are awaiting information, hopefully more information about what unfolded earlier in Uvalde, but already the tragedy has spilled into San Antonio a bit.
Our Tim Gerber at University Hospital, where some of those victims have been taken. And Tim, I don't know if you heard me just moments ago, but I have information that another patient may be on the way there right now.
Yeah, Steve, I reached out to Elizabeth Allen, the Director of Communications here at University Hospital, to confirm that information you're hearing. I have not gotten a response from her at this point. I can tell you that throughout the afternoon, since we've been here for several hours, we have seen a couple, maybe 4 helicopters landing here. Some of them were the traditional Air Life hospital helicopters that you see land here. Others were ones that didn't really look familiar. So we're not quite sure if more patients have been brought here, transferred from Uvalde to continue their care here. But we do know there are at least 2 victims here. A 66-year-old woman who was injured in that shooting. She is in critical condition tonight. And we also do know that there is a 10-year-old little girl who went to school today thinking it was near the end of the school year, and now she finds herself here in a hospital fighting for her life. She is also in critical condition. That was the last update we had. That was about an hour ago. The hospital system putting out another tweet just a few minutes ago, basically saying if you are looking for ways to help, please come here, give blood. Their donor room is open. So we're continuing to wait for more information. When I asked earlier if there was going to be any sort of news conference regarding this, they said that they were not planning on it. So basically we've been getting our updates through text from the communications department, as well as their texts on Twitter. So we'll keep listening in and we'll pass on information as it becomes available. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you so much, Tim. Meantime, President Biden has been briefed on the horrific news of this elementary school shooting in Texas and will continue to be briefed regularly as more information becomes available. And he's going to be holding a news conference apparently at 7 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, around 7 tonight. His prayers, he says, are with the families impacted by this awful event. Again, he will speak this evening when he arrives back at the White House. He's been overseas on a trip. That's according to Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. Again, we are expecting that to happen around 7 o'clock tonight.
And another reminder, of course, KSAT12 News is all over your social media platforms. We will keep you up to date on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter with the newest developments.
You can also stay up to date on KSAT.com. We're going to check back with our crews in Uvalde in just a bit. But again, to reiterate what we know right now, 15 people have been killed in an elementary school in Uvalde, Robb Elementary, an elementary school for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders, 14 students, 1 teacher. Those are the 15 people killed. We also know the gunman was killed, presumably by law enforcement. This all taking place around 11:32 this morning, according to Uvalde police.
We also are being told, authorities have not confirmed this, but we're being told continuously this afternoon, in fact, that the shooter, 18-year-old Salvador Romas, killed his grandmother in Uvalde before then going to Robb Elementary and opening fire at the school. The children, of course, have been trained for active shooter drills. No doubt that was put into effect, but it appears as though this Salvador Romas did a lot of damage before the children could escape, some of them breaking through windows to get out of their classrooms.
Yeah, he killed his grandmother, went to Robb Elementary. We know he is a student at Uvalde High School, and he is a U.S. citizen.
We're going to continue our coverage of this massacre at Uvalde Elementary School in just a bit.
We're also going to check in with Sarah Spivey about the severe weather that could be developing overnight. A lot to cover. You're watching the news at 5. We'll be right back.
gunman down.
Now, I don't know exactly what role they have played. Unfortunately, did see some Border Patrol personnel out here, but they wouldn't give any details on Border Patrol's role in this. But we're seeing law enforcement, members of law enforcement agencies in the federal, state, and local level out here locking down the scene. This trailer over here, over to my right at the edge of the school, that's actually what appears to be a command center. We've heard that's for the Texas Rangers. I've seen FBI, I saw DEA, HSI, guys heavily armored up. That's the investigative arm of DHS. They work with Border Patrol, of course, Uvalde County sheriffs and DPS troopers. Basically, anybody and everyone who's in a law enforcement capacity that would cover this area is here, it would seem. It's a very heavily trafficked scene by law enforcement as they're trying to figure out exactly what happened here at this school that cost so many young lives this afternoon, just 2 days shy of when school was supposed to let out for the summer.
Like you said, Garrett, this is supposed to be a time of anticipation, not for something like this to happen. You're supposed to be thinking about your summer break. But you talked about FBI, Border Patrol. We do know the Homeland Security Secretary saying that Border Patrol was on the scene. They helped law enforcement, also helped with some of the survivors and helped give medical care on the scene. It looks to me like from the last time that we talked to you that there are more people actually on the scene now than there were just a few minutes ago. Are you seeing activity pick up there?
A lot of it, quite frankly, is media attention. Unfortunately, when an event like this happens, everybody comes down because it's a big story and everybody wants to make sure that we're covering it correctly and justly. So we're getting a lot more reporters in. We are seeing more family members and members of the community show up at the scene. So it is much busier, and we're seeing a lot more law enforcement vehicles. As I mentioned, there is that command trailer. Right now it's hard to get a head count of everybody, but it is picking up activity, but it is still relatively calm when you consider the frantic emergency that happened just a few hours ago as young children and teachers trying to save their own lives in the face of a madman with a gun.
All right, Garrett, I want to update something. We just got some breaking news from the Associated Press, and we were talking about the Border Patrol being on the scene. The Associated Press is reporting that a Border Patrol agent who was among the first law enforcement officers on the scene was shot and wounded by the gunman. The agent is in the hospital in good condition, and that's according to the Associated Press, reporting that just moments ago.
Yes, we had heard that some officers were injured in the takedown of this suspect, and so this is the first confirmation we have of exactly what they were talking about, because apparently there was a struggle.
Yeah.
And now we're getting more information about that. Meantime, we do want to take a look at our weather, because that is also going to be breaking news probably later on tonight.
That's exactly right. We have the chance for some severe storms from midnight to 7 a.m. tonight. And although rainfall amounts have been disappointing over the last few days, we have a very good chance for some healthy rains around San Antonio. I want to tell you what you should plan for and what you should be watching for. You need to plan for a line of storms moving through at 12 a.m. to 7. Let's go ahead and take those graphics so that you can see what I'm talking about. Frequent lightning, gusty winds, heavy downpours, and even some power outages are possible. 12 a.m. to 7 a.m. Widespread rainfall, beneficial 1/2 inch to 1.5 inches, but there could be pockets of 2+ inches of rain. So the things we're watching out for are severe wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. Some flooding issues could be possible in those spots that get more than 2 inches of rain. And I'll show you the setup here before I show you the future cast. Here across the state of Texas, you can see just how active everything is right now. We've got severe watches, severe thunderstorm watches across central Texas and northwest Texas. You can already see the line of storms developing there along and ahead of that front. So as I take you through the future cast, it's going to be quiet in San Antonio until
LeafGuard. LeafGuard, the gutter that never clogs, guaranteed with a lifetime transferable warranty. Call Belden now to get 75% off labor on LeafGuard. $200 HEB gift card with purchase, no payments for 12 months. And if you call today, we have a nice gift for you, $25 HEB gift card with your estimate.
I'm doing it early.
First thing on May 24th.
I'm voting in the runoff election.
Because we need change.
Because Henry Cuellar has been in Washington too long.
He's in the pocket of big insurance.
Big drug companies.
They help him, so then he turns around and helps them.
Well, we have power too.
I'm using mine to vote for Jessica Cisneros.
She'll fight for health care I can afford.
She'll fight for my rights.
May 24th, vote Cisneros.
Vote change.
I'm Jessica Cisneros. I approve this message.
The Kickapoo Lucky Eagle Casino Hotel has cash and bingo giveaways totaling over $200,000 this May. Enter our Big May Revved Up giveaway. Players Club members only are eligible, so sign up today at LuckyEagleTexas.com. Amazing restaurants, weekly entertainment, and a wonderful experience only at the Lucky Eagle Casino Hotel.
Kidney alert for type 2 diabetes. 40% of people with type 2 diabetes will develop chronic kidney disease, or CKD.
Did you know CKD can lead to kidney failure and dialysis?
Kidney alert! CKD often has no symptoms until it's too late. Help protect your kidneys. Call your doctor for a UACR test. It shows one of the earliest signs for CKD. Visit kidneyalert.com.
Nobody will beat our prices.
Our prices will knock your head off.
That was a long time ago.
Sure was. And now it's our 50th anniversary.
To celebrate, we're giving away $300,000 to local charities.
Go to AnseraGivesBack.com to vote.
And now at Ansera Volkswagen, this Atlas 2.0 SE is just $472 per month. And this Taos S is only $361 per month.
Go online
and vote.
Ansera Volkswagen, right outside Loop 410 on Bandera Road.
No change in the aquifer level today. We're still stage 2 watering restrictions. As for the pollen count, mold, grass, and pecan all low.
Tonight, how key state races could impact the rest of the country. Plus, as emergency formula trickles in, why parents still struggle to feed their babies. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched program on all of television.
We have an update on the shooter. This is a picture of him, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos. He is the alleged gunman who went into Robb Elementary and killed at least 15 people. We know he is a student at Uvalde High School. He's a United States citizen, and that he allegedly killed his grandmother before he went into the school.
We are not sure about the weapon. We were told earlier that no weapon had been recovered at this time. It is still an active crime scene at Robb Elementary School, so we don't know exactly the methods that he used, except that there was a handgun, possibly a rifle. Salvador Ramos, again, a high school student, 18 years old, so you can only assume that perhaps he was at graduation age, just a few days away from graduating or had already graduated from the high school. We will no doubt learn much more about this young man and his motives and what was happening in the days before this shooting. But for right now, all we can do is show you his picture and say, this is who we believe committed the massacre.
We know this is a time when a lot of people want to do anything they can to help. And right now, perhaps the best way is to give blood. The South Texas Blood and Tissue Center has already delivered 25 units of blood to Uvalde today. This is actually video of them taking boxes full of blood to helicopter pilots that are taking it to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. They are taking it today. This happened just moments ago. But the supply was already low even before this incident.
So we are really encouraging people to schedule an appointment, come in and donate. Walk-ins are available. So we can help rebuild the blood supply. This is going into a weekend that we already knew was going to be difficult because of Memorial Day. So we'll need all the help we can get to rebuild the blood supply.
We know there's a blood drive tomorrow in Uvalde. That is at the Herbie Ham Activities Center from 9 in the morning till 2. That's in Uvalde. You can also give blood here if you'd like to donate. The South Texas Blood and Tissue Center has 7 donor rooms in our area. That includes the main donor pavilion on I-10. You can make an appointment right now at southtexasblood.org. University Hospital also has a donor room where people can give blood.
See, there is something you can do. We will be right back with more information.
If you've been in a car truck wreck, call, text, or message me at 444-4444.
We know at least 15 people were killed. We know there are countless others that are injured. We have yet to get an exact count on how many people are actually wounded. We know that at least 2 people and perhaps a third are on their way to San Antonio. 2 of them are here right now at University Hospital. 1, we are told, is en route from Uvalde to the trauma center at University Hospital here in San Antonio.
We also have not received very many details on chronologically what happened this morning that led to this horrible tragedy. We only are dealing with the aftermath right now. We're hoping to get the information from the police chief of Uvalde in just a couple of minutes. And of course, we're going to bring that to you live while it's happening.
Yeah, and this is an incident that happened just off Main Street in Uvalde, a small town, 14,000 people. It is an incident, though, that has reverberated throughout the country. This is the worst school shooting since Columbine, the worst elementary school shooting since Sandy Hook. Our Tim Gerber is at University Hospital, where some of the victims have been taken. As we said, we know there are at least 2 patients right now at University. What do we know about those patients, Tim?
Well, Steve, I can tell you that there is a 66-year-old woman who was transported here from that school shooting in Uvalde, and she was joined by a 10-year-old girl. Both tonight are in critical condition. I just got off the phone with Elizabeth Allen. She's the director of corporate communications here at University Hospital, and she called me a short time ago. I was trying to reach out about the information you had. She does confirm there are 2 more patients now on the way from Uvalde to seek treatment here. Not sure if they're coming by ambulance or if they're coming by a helicopter. She didn't have any details about if they were children or adults. So we do know 2 more are on the way, so that would bring the total to 4 patients who will be receiving care here at University Hospital. You know, we don't know if these are patients that were receiving care there at the hospital in Uvalde and they were able to stabilize them enough to bring them here so they can receive more care, since this is a trauma center. And so that's what we know at this point. There are 2 here, 2 more on the way, and we will expect more information. And as soon as we get it, we'll of course pass it on to you. Steve and Ursula.
Thank you so much, Tim. We can only assume that these are pediatric patients, potentially, and that they have severe gunshot wounds, potentially orthopedic patients as well.
Yeah, though we don't know that for sure, because we haven't know there's a 10-year-old and a 66-year-old that are right now being treated at University. But that was new information that they're expecting 2 more patients to come to the trauma center here. And Tim, with a very good point, they are perhaps waiting for them to be stabilized in Uvalde before they can be transported to the trauma center here. Again, what we know right now, 15 people have been killed, a number of people wounded. The gunman is believed to be 18-year-old Salvador Ramos. He is the alleged gunman. He is a student at Uvalde High School.
It's also important to note that Uvalde Memorial Hospital, no doubt, is overwhelmed with the amount of visitors, parents, as well as injured students and potentially teachers and law officers. There's a number of people who were hurt throughout the day, and that is probably the point of medical care in Uvalde for everyone. So I no doubt that that may be why they're transferring patients as well.
You know, and as this is played out this afternoon, the Civic Center in Uvalde, which is right along the main drag there, has served as what they called a reunification center, and it was for many parents. But as the afternoon wore on, it was also a place where parents found out the worst possible news, that their children were among those 14 victims. Governor Greg Abbott was actually in Abilene today to talk about wildfires and the wildfire dangers out there, but he talked about what happened inside Robb Elementary this afternoon.
When parents drop their kids off at school, they have every expectation to know that they're going to be able to pick their child up when that school day ends. And there are families who are in mourning right now, and the state of Texas is in mourning with them for the reality that these parents are not going to be able to pick up their children.
I think all of us are going to be holding our children a little bit tighter tonight, if we are the lucky ones. Meantime, we also should mention that President Biden has been briefed on the news of the day at this elementary school shooting, and he's going to continue to be briefed regularly as more information becomes available.
Yeah, his prayers are with the families impacted by this awful event. He will speak this evening when he arrives back at the White House. He is now overseas on a trip. He's expected to speak to the country around 7:15 tonight. And of course, we will bring you that presidential news conference live as we continue to wait for a news conference from Uvalde. Meanwhile, this is an update on the shooter, the alleged gunman, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos. He is a United States citizen. He is a high school student presumably a senior. And like Ursula said, presumably he may have already graduated from Uvalde High School. We are told he shot his grandmother before he moved to the school and then allegedly opened fire there.
Very difficult to wrap your head around this, especially if you're from a small town like Uvalde, where a lot of people know each other. This is a small community. No doubt the grandmother is well known. No doubt Salvador Ramos is well known. Very, very sad that it all just comes together and dovetails together, and everyone's in mourning together.
Yeah, it's hard to wrap your head around it no matter where you live. Bexar County Judge Nelson Wolff also gave a statement today. He said, quote, "It is with profound grief and broken hearts that we learn about the news coming our way this afternoon. We stand united with the community in Uvalde and offer our assistance. We also mourn with them over the lives of those children and adults lost to violence." Bexar County is sending personnel and material from the Office of Emergency Management, the Medical Examiner's Office, the Sheriff's Office, and University Hospital to support the ongoing operation, end quote.
We want to head overhead right now and give you a shot. This is the elementary school where the shooting took place. It is right now an active crime scene because the scene has not been cleared yet. A lot of law enforcement from every possible branch in our area, as well as federal agencies, are on scene to help with the forensics here. SAPD sent a unit over there to assist the Uvalde Police Department. We still await the information from the Uvalde Police Chief, who is due to give a press conference any minute now, hopefully filling in some of the gaps of information that we have.
Yeah, and what we do know is that there were a number of law enforcement agencies that responded to the scene. You have to think when an active school shooter call came out, it was basically all hands on deck. We know, of course, Uvalde police were there. We know school district police were there. We know Texas DPS was there. We also know that Border Patrol was on the scene. As a matter of fact, we have got it confirmed that a Border Patrol agent was actually shot and is in the hospital in good condition, we are told. He was taking part in trying to stop this gunman from taking more lives. We have an official statement from Governor Greg Abbott's office that we want to tell you about right now. Quote, "Texans across the state are grieving for the victims." This is from the mayor.
That's right. Uvalde experiencing the sickening aftermath of a horrific mass shooting. At least 14 children and a teacher are gone. Pray for the lost, their families, and Uvalde.
Yeah, now let's go to the governor. This is more of the mayor, though. San Antonio has sent mass casualty resources to the region and will do all we can to help our neighbors heal, end quote. Like you said, Ursula, we do know that the San Antonio Police Department sent some resources down there, as well as Bexar County. And it's really hard to wrap your head around exactly what happened. The governor sending out a statement today, the president's office, the White House sending out a statement. He is expected to speak. A lot of times, and I know when we first were on the air with this, we thought this was just a regional story, but this is something that goes across the country and across the world.
I was actually thinking about this afternoon while we were about to do the 5 o'clock show, that at 12:30 when we started reporting this, or 12:15 when we started reporting this, we have had a lot of reports of active shooters, and the station is very careful that we don't overstep and overspeak on these kinds of things because we don't want to alarm the public needlessly. To know how it felt when we were first reporting it and what we now know, it just makes your jaw drop because it is an international story now, and to think it's right here in South Texas, it's just hard to stomach.
When the governor gave the details that there were 15 people killed, it just took your breath away.
I couldn't speak when we did that interview with him, and here we are today, still waiting for information, and hopefully we will have some more for you in the next few minutes.
We'll be right back. that same thing, and what the scene looks like right now, because it does seem as if there's still activity out there.
There are a lot of people coming out to the scene, both residents and possibly family members of people who either work or attend the school. And so far, I haven't actually been able to talk with anybody who heard what happened. But that doesn't mean that I would imagine in a neighborhood as crowded as this, there's a lot of one-family homes. I would have to imagine people did, in fact, hear those shots. But right now, what we're hearing is a lot of nothing, as there's a kind of a somber tone out here, despite the number of people who've been attracted to the scene. The emotion weighing heavy in the air, people knowing that just 2 days before these children were supposed to be let out of school for the summer, some were tragically killed, others possibly wounded, and this school shut down in crime scene tape. You can see down the road over here a lot of flashing lights still. There's law enforcement, both from federal, local, and state agencies who are out here trying to figure out exactly what's going on. But at this point, we're in the investigative stage. We don't have many more details beyond what you all have already heard, basically, from the governor. They're not providing many details out here on the scene itself. But I can tell you, it is a very tragic and heavy feeling out here.
No doubt about that, of course. So, Garrett, when as the people come, are they starting any sort of a memorial? Because we often see that at scenes like this, where people bring flowers, cards, mementos, especially when it involves children.
Absolutely, and I would expect that may eventually be the case. But right now, I think we don't even have the full extent of who has died or how many people were injured. We don't have all of those details yet, and especially not the families. You know, I talked to a father who was still looking for information on his young daughter, a 10-year-old girl finishing up her 4th grade year. So there's a lot of families with questions out here. We haven't really transitioned to that phase, but unfortunately, I fear you're going to be right, and it will likely come to it where we're going to have a memorial build-up. We just have not seen that happen as of yet.
Our Garrett Berger live outside Robb Elementary in Uvalde. We've been talking about the fact we're waiting for a news conference now. Was supposed to start around 5 o'clock, has not started yet. It's understandable. They're trying to put a lot of information together. We're expecting Uvalde's police chief will be the main spokesman. I know our Patty Santos is out at the Blood and Tissue Center, and we talked about the helpless feeling you have when you're here and all that's happening down there. There's not a lot you can do. You certainly feel for the people down there, and one way to help: donate blood.
Very simple. Let's go to Patty now. Hopefully people are coming, showing up, answering the call. Patty.
Hey guys, that is definitely the sense that I'm getting from this community here. Take a look, all of the beds here are filled. There is a line at the door also waiting, people just wanting to do something to be able to help this community. This center off of Vance Jackson and I-10 closes at 6:30, so if you feel compelled, if you want to come out, you can come out here. But there are other centers that will be opening up early tomorrow morning. You can go to southtexasblood.org/give and find out what time they open, what center is closest to you. But again, these are the folks that responded. They headed out right after work. Some of them, they're still in their work uniforms, just wanted to help. I know a lot of them said, they have children, they have teachers, they have grandchildren. They know that the need is great. And up to today, the supply of blood in our community was just 3 days. And so this is going to help make up that. We know that they've already sent units of blood down to Uvalde, and we're all doing the best that we can. And we're going to continue to bring you more updates coming up tonight at 6 o'clock. We'll send it back to you.
Patty, I love the fact that there's a line out the door.
This is
Don't
wonderful.
love the fact that they're closing at 6:30, but hopefully they get to all those people who want to help.
Well, and think of it this way: the blood that you donate right now may go into the veins of a young child that is struggling right now from gunshot wounds. I mean, keep that image in your mind if you have any hesitation whatsoever.
It's a way to help. We'll be right back.
Can you hear me?
Who's doing the 6? Are you doing it, Priscilla?
Alexis, yes, it is.
And what It was supposed to start at 5. We are still waiting for a news conference with an update on exactly what is happening in Uvalde and what happened about 11:32 this morning at an elementary school, Robb Elementary in Uvalde, a place where 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders were just 2 days away from finishing their school year. 15 people killed. We know that so far, 14 of them students.
Yeah, the information that we have had confirmed at this point is enough to just take your breath away and breaks your heart. We want to go to our Lee Waldman, who has seen firsthand a lot of the emotion there in Uvalde from the families who were trying to be reunified with their children, trying to learn more information about the children that were not there. Lee now is at the Fairplex. She has moved away from that reunification center that was at the Civic Center there in Uvalde. And I believe that's where we're hoping that we're going to get more confirmed information and have a chance to ask questions of officials, because we have not had that opportunity just yet. So do we know if we have Lee standing by there ready to go?
Lee joins us now from the Fairplex. Lee, I don't know if you've had a chance to interact with any law enforcement or any of the parents out there. And if any of them have talked about this alleged gunman, an 18-year-old who was apparently a student at Uvalde High School. I mean, that has to be shocking to them, I would think, that someone from this small town was capable of doing something like this.
So, Steve Meyer, we had a bit of a change of plans. We're still here at the Civic Center. Stephania is actually waiting and standing by at Fairplex. So I'm sure we'll hear from her in just a bit whenever that press conference is set to start. But I did speak with members of Dilley Police Department who also are here responding. And they said, this is just a hard situation. They're not talking at this point about the shooter because they're waiting for that information to come from the leading agencies here, which would be the Uvalde Police Department. And that's, I'm sure, at that press conference at Fairplex just up the street. That's when we'll hear more about that alleged shooter in this incident here. But you can tell that law enforcement who call Uvalde home, they're taking this very, very hard. Just right after that brief press conference that we had earlier, where we just heard that statement from Pete Arredondo, the Uvalde police chief, I went up to one of the officers. I said, hey, you're in my prayers. Are you okay? And she looked at me and she was just like, I appreciate you saying that. So you can tell they're taking what happened here very, very hard. And you also mentioned those parents. I just got done speaking a few moments ago with a father and his fiance. They don't know where their 10-year-old daughter is. They said they haven't had any information. They came here. Her name's not on a list here of students that were brought here to this Civic Center, and that's what's making him nervous. He says he doesn't know if she was the 10-year-old that was flown to University Hospital. He doesn't know if she's one of the children being treated at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. He's waiting for that information, and he said he is scared, he is sick to his stomach, and he just wants to know that his daughter is okay. He also told me that she was in a classroom and her cousin was one of the ones killed in this shooting. Now, he says he doesn't want to give out her name or anything like that, but he did tell me that his daughter was in that same classroom. That's what he's hearing from other family as well. So it's obviously a very tense time. Obviously, he's very emotional, just wanting to figure out if his little girl is going to be okay or not. That's the main concern here, but we're still seeing some families walk out of the Civic Center just in tears and so upset about what's happened here today.
Well, they just got the worst news of their lives tonight, I can imagine. And that parent not the only one sick to his stomach tonight. By the way, some historical context, Lee. I think you're going to stay with us. We're going to ask you a question. Do we still have Lee? Well, anyway, the historical context on this whole thing. What happened in Uvalde today already ranks among the deadliest shootings since Columbine. It's the deadliest elementary school shooting since Sandy Hook.
And that is certainly something that a lot of minds will go towards when learning about this information today. Lee, we want to go back out to you there at the Civic Center. You have moved a ways away from where you were most of the afternoon. You were really behind those, next to those double doors or a ways down from them earlier today. It still looks like there are a lot of families, a lot of groups gathered. We can see them under the trees. They're behind you. What are people doing? I mean, does it seem like they're talking to each other? Are they there just to be together? I mean, you know, in a time like this, just being with someone else, I think is helpful for a lot of people. Do you have a sense of what the activity is still there this evening?
I'm still seeing, and I'll turn around here while I'm looking for these families, and a lot of families, even ones off to the side, kind of on my left over here, you can see them, they're on their phones, they're sitting there, and some people, it's a mix of just confusion and trying to process the news that they just got, because hearing that your loved one is no longer around after something like this, it takes a while for you to actually allow that to sink. We're seeing a lot of people just on their phones, making phone calls and then reaching out just to hug someone. And the gentleman who I talked to who said he's looking for his daughter, he said he has some friends who are over here because it is a small town. So the friends are just coming together and hugging each other in these moments, because in times of tragedy, that's what we do. We hold on to someone else to get some strength for them, because it feels like we have no strength left. So that's a lot of what we're seeing here, and it's heartbreaking to just see families stumbling out of the Civic Center, and we move to give them a little bit more space so we're not just in their faces and kind of blocking the way there. But it is just humbling to see them try to process in real time the news they just got.
Yeah, well, they need to know they are not alone, just like, you know, Texas, San Antonio certainly wrapped their arms around Sutherland Springs. The same thing will happen in Uvalde. So many communities, like you said, people from Dilley are there. We know Border Patrol agents. We know a Border Patrol agent was shot. So this is really, you know, the healing, it comes after the shock, but I'm not sure the shock has worn off yet on exactly what happened this afternoon in a Uvalde elementary school.
At an elementary school, and you talk about Sutherland Springs, you talk about Sandy Hook, and those are incidents that you think will never happen again. And yet here we are, and it has happened again, and it is now once again impacting our own community. We have a lot more information coming your way. We're going to kick off the 6 o'clock newscast here in just seconds. Stay with us.
When parents drop their kids off at school, they have every expectation to know that they're going to be able to pick their child up when that school day ends.
A heinous act at an elementary school.
I haven't heard anything, haven't got a call or anything.
Students and parents terrified, and now more than a dozen people dead. As we learn about the shooter, we take you to the scene of the Uvalde Elementary School massacre.
All right, so we are joining you here to talk about this tragedy that played out at a Uvalde elementary school this morning. We know that 15 people have been shot and killed, 14 of them children, at Robb Elementary School, a place for 2nd through 4th graders. And the gunman in this case, someone from within the Uvalde community. Investigators are pointing to an 18-year-old who was a student at Uvalde High School.
It's hard to think that Sandy Hook, Columbine, Aurora, Colorado, Uvalde, Texas will now all be uttered in the same words. A school massacre at Uvalde Elementary School. We've been following this breaking news story since it broke just before noon.
We want to go now to our reporters, our anchors who are in the field this afternoon. Stefania Jimenez, let's go to you first here. You are in Uvalde. I know that you have made your way down there this afternoon and been gathering more information. So let's get right to you. Tell us where you are here this evening and what you're hearing there on the ground.
So we're at the Uvalde County Complex, and this is where we're supposed to hear from law enforcement in just a few minutes, where they're supposed to give their news conference, the one that was pushed back from 5 o'clock. You have to remember, this is a huge, huge response. The FBI is here. You have DPS, Texas Rangers. You have the Uvalde Police Department, Bexar County Sheriff's Department, also SAPD officers here. There's a lot of people here to try and give us information. And so we're waiting for that press conference. We're waiting for that press conference to start in just a few minutes. And yes, I'm sorry that what you're hearing is a lot of wind here, but that news conference is supposed to start in just a few minutes here. Now, the governor, we know, spoke hours ago. He said 14 children, 1 adult were among those who have passed away as a result of this shooting. We still don't know how many people total have been injured. That's hopefully one of the bits of information that we're hoping to find out at this press conference when it starts in just a few minutes. We know that students and adults have been sent to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. Again, we don't know, we don't have an exact count there. We know that at least 2 people, a student and an adult, were also sent to University Health. Lots of information that we're waiting for here, but for hours we've also had a big scene over at Robb Elementary where the shooting took place, and that's where we're going to send things on over to reporter Garrett Berger. Garrett, what are you hearing?
Well, it's definitely an emotional scene out here, as we've seen family members who haven't been able to get answers elsewhere, such as the Civic Center, come out hoping to find out where exactly their child is. We talked with a man earlier this afternoon who hadn't found any answers. When we talked to him a little bit before the 5 o'clock, still no word. We actually just saw him a moment ago get into a truck with a San Antonio fire truck, actually, as law enforcement and first responders all around the area coming in here. We saw him get into the truck alongside a woman who had just been crying, being embraced by law enforcement. We're really, really hoping that the news is not as bad as we could fear. But this is obviously a community school. We're talking with neighbors who have been out here. You know, people feel connected to Robb Elementary. It's right in the middle of a neighborhood out here, just single family homes all surrounding it. And of course, the students here, very, very young. Now, not everyone who's come out to the scene has been family, but some are just curious and heartbroken people who live here in Uvalde.
You know, I don't know what to say. It's sad. It's sad, you know. Just never think it's going to happen here. But it did. I don't know what to say.
Now we're seeing more and more of a law enforcement presence out here. We've seen what appears to be a mobile command center that we've heard is for the Texas Rangers being set up. We've seen federal, local, state law enforcement all coming out. The school's been evacuated, but as you've heard, not every parent knows where their child is right now. It's a very emotional time. We're still in the early hours. This happened just a few hours ago, and we don't have all the answers, and families are desperate for that. But for more information, I'm going to toss over to Lee Waldman, who's been at the Civic Center for the past few hours. Lee?
Garrett, thank you. Yeah, parents were told that their children were going to be taken here at the Civic Center to await reunification. They were finally told they could meet back with their children around 2 o'clock today. And since around that time, you're going to hear some sirens going by. We're not sure exactly what that is. But since around that time, we've seen families coming in and out of this building behind me, holding on to one another, crying because a lot of the families that are still left inside of this Civic Center, they just got the worst news of their entire lives. They just got news that their loved ones, their child, or even their loved one who is a teacher at that school will not be coming home from school today. It's an absolutely gut-wrenching, heartbreaking situation here at the Civic Center. We were talking about the eerie quiet that we were experiencing earlier. That sound only broken by the sound of moms and dads crying, a woman screaming in this parking lot for her child. We're going to go ahead and listen to what the governor had to say about children at school.
Our job is multifold. First, to make sure we address exactly what happened at this crime scene, and then second, to make sure we take that information and do everything that is necessary to ensure that crime scenes like this are not going to be repeated in the future, and that we're going to be able to ensure the safety and security of our schools.
I'm trying to ask some questions here. We just saw a truck pull up here, so we're waiting to hear what exactly is happening. It's a truck with lights and sirens on, so I'm just waiting to see what's happening here at the Civic Center. But we're seeing more families head inside of that Civic Center, more families heading to hear more about what happened to their child today when they went to school, or maybe their loved one who was a teacher. It's just a gut-wrenching situation here. There's no other way to describe it. We can tell this storm is blowing in and just kind of blowing in that dark, disgusting feeling that we've been drenched in for the entire day.
Yeah, Lee, so I'm seeing a bunch of people behind you that are walking into the Civic Center. Is that the people that just showed up in that truck that you were talking about?
It appears so. So can we show this truck over here to our right? So this is the truck I was just talking about. Light sirens on that truck. And then we just saw a group of people get out of the truck and walk toward those double doors. So that's what I was mentioning there during that live shot. So I'm not sure exactly what's happening at this point. Once we get off of here, I'm going to go ahead and talk to those officers who are over there and see if I can get some more information on what's happening.
Yeah, just so you know, Garrett just reported that there was a parent that was at Robb Elementary, was asking questions about his daughter, and that he was taken in a San Antonio Fire Department truck from that scene. So I don't know if that is that parent in particular that's being transported there, but just to give you kind of a background, I know you're going to go ask questions, but I wanted you to hear that background from the scene at Robb Elementary, that maybe these are the parents getting an update on what's happening with their children. So I just want to give you that information, Lee.
And Lee, we'll let you go ask those questions to get more information about what is happening there at that Civic Center. Let's come back here to San Antonio now. We're going to check in with our Tim Gerber, who has been waiting for the latest updates on at least 2 shooting victims who were transported from Uvalde to University Hospital to get treatment there. Tim, you've been there for hours this afternoon. So what have we learned about those patients?
Well, Myra, we can tell you that earlier this afternoon, 2 patients were transferred from that shooting scene here to San Antonio University Hospital, a level 1 trauma center here, able to handle these types of incidents. And it was a 66-year-old woman who is in critical condition and a 10-year-old little girl who was a student at that school who is also in critical condition tonight, both of them fighting for their lives. And we also confirmed within the last 20 minutes or so with Elizabeth Allen, the Director of Corporate Communications here at University Hospital, that they are now waiting for 2 more patients to arrive here at University Hospital for treatment. She did not have any details on if they were adults or if they were more children. We are only assuming, can only speculate at this point, that they were perhaps being treated there at the hospital in Uvalde and they've been stabilized enough to be transferred here so they can continue further treatment at this trauma center, which can very well handle those types of incidents, perhaps taking off some of the pressure on the hospital system there in Uvalde. But that's really all we know. The updates have not been very frequent. I've had a couple of phone conversations and text exchanges with Elizabeth Allen here, and we take the information as it comes. We know they're obviously very busy in there dealing with their side of this, so we will continue to watch this. But this is just one of the ways that San Antonio is helping out, and they said, you know, like we've been talking throughout the afternoon, if you feel helpless and really want to help, the way to do it is to come here or to any of the locations in San Antonio to donate blood, because they certainly need it here and in Uvalde. Reporting live at University Hospital, Tim Gerber, KSAT 12 News.
All right, Tim, you brought up the blood donations. I'm glad you did, because I know that there's a donor room at University Hospital. Do you know how late that's open, or I can find that out?
I do not know that right now, but
Yeah.
they're asking that you schedule your appointment online before coming. It does not say anything about their time and how long they're open today, but definitely the easiest way to have an impact right now is to give blood and help the folks who are injured, still fighting for their lives. Steve?
Absolutely. Thank you, Tim. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. I apologize for that, Tim. But I know we have some information on KSAT.com on places where you can give blood. We'll detail that a little bit later in this newscast, I'm sure. But there's a blood drive in Uvalde tomorrow. The Blood and Tissue Center, there's a line out the door, which is great to hear. At last check, our Patty Santos was there. They are only open till 6:30 tonight, though. But a lot of these places are asking for you to schedule a blood donation before you show up.
And we have links if you want to check that out right now on KSAT.com, links to how you can do that. We know there's been a lot of information coming your way for hours now, developing this afternoon. So we're going to take a moment here to recap what we know so far. At 11:32 this morning, the police chief for Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District said there was a shooting at Rob's Elementary. A lockdown was announced at the school minutes later on the school's social media. Uvalde police announced the shooter was in custody just after 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, it's at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. Hours later at 3:40 this afternoon, we heard from Governor Greg Abbott, who gave us the first confirmation that 14 students and a teacher were killed at that school. ABC identified the suspect as Salvador Ramos, 18 years old, shot by law enforcement. Governor Abbott also confirmed the shooter attacked his own grandmother before he headed to that elementary school. We continue to await a news conference from Uvalde with the very latest on what is happening there and how we can help. We'll be right back.
blood. A donation can help save 3 lives.
Just think about that. 1 donation, 3 lives. The South Texas Blood and Tissue Center along I-10 in Vance Jackson has been very busy seeing donors since the news broke in Uvalde. It's a way to help. The center immediately sent 15 units of type O blood to Uvalde by helicopter. This is video of them actually taking these boxes of blood donations to the pilots on a helicopter. The hospital there asked for 10 more. They will continue to support the hospitals treating these victims as they request more. It goes to show you just how important having a good supply of donations at our blood bank is.
And it was already low, as it has been so often throughout the last 2 years. So certainly now needed more than ever. Patty Santos is live at the center, the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. Patty, you've been talking to donors. We saw a wonderful sight at 5 o'clock where there was a good number of people there wanting to give. What's it like out there right now?
They're still here. A new group of them are still here, and there's still a line outside. We all just want to do whatever we can. What's available to us? Blood. Take a look. All the beds here are full, and they're just showing up, ready to roll up their sleeves right after work. Our area, as you said, has already experienced a shortage in donations, and up to today, we only had a 3-day supply. People I talk to tell me they don't like needles, but they have grandchildren, and they have teachers that they know. Others say they've never donated, but they've been putting it off, but today was the day. They wanted to come out and do what they can. Take a listen.
With kids and stuff, it hits a little differently. So, yeah, we were just like, yeah, let's just go in and see if we can help. Yeah.
And I had just gotten home from seeing him, visiting him, and the news about the children. I said, I gotta go. I gotta go do it for the children and the teachers, because I have a lot of relatives that are teachers, and this is just so scary.
And the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center is also going to be sending a mobile unit to the Uvalde community tomorrow morning. It is hosting an emergency blood drive tomorrow at Herbie Ham Activity Center in Uvalde from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. This center right here that we're live in off of Vance Jackson and I-10, they close in about 10 minutes, but there is still a line outside, and they said they're going to stay here until they finish seeing all the folks that have shown up to donate blood today. You can donate blood tomorrow. Again, they have 7 centers in our area. You can check them out on KSAT12. We'll send it back to
you. Patty, that is is just the people showing up to help, to give any way they can.
They are going to keep their doors open until everyone who is in that line, and I imagine more will be showing up, has a chance to give. We're going to take a quick break. We do want you to know that we're going to touch on weather when we come back, because we know we got some storms people are anxiously watching out there. We'll be right back.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check. Good, good. Just checking the mic, our mics. Yeah. All good?
I'm gonna do a quick mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, mic check.
and that's just one way that we can show our solidarity with Uvalde right now. But really, Steve, I think you hit the nail on the head earlier when I heard you say that anything that community needs, we're going to embrace them and try to fill that void, which will be impossible to fill totally. And it is heartwarming to see.
Uvalde, you know, of course, we're having this conversation with you as a leader here in San Antonio. We're here in San Antonio, but I know we want people to know that we're here for them. We're going to, you know, we'll echo the words that you started with, that Steve did as well, wrap our arms around Uvalde to get all of us through this, as there's so many questions and so many emotions to wade through in the years to come here. Mayor, thanks for being here on a day like today with us.
Thank you, guys, and God bless you both.
Take care.
You as well.
We'll be right back.
If you've been in a car, truck wreck, call, text, or message me at 444-4444. There's only one number to remember, and that's 4.
A Ford built for you, by you. Texas, get yours. Built from the ground up with your choice of colors, wheels, and other available features specifically designed for your Ford. Want a head-up display and escape, 7 GOAT modes in Bronco Sport, or best-in-class gas torque and Ranger? You got it. And now $1,000 bonus cash on top of all public offers when you custom order. See your local Ford dealer. Order your Ford today and get $1,000 bonus cash plus complimentary maintenance.
Ford is the best in Texas.
And now, most admired alum.
Get up there. This is so embarrassing.
There's no way it's me.
You know her. You love her.
Ruh-roh. What are you doing here?
It's Anna Gomez. Who? Our first gagillionaire. With AT&T Fiber, Anna's got the fastest internet with hyper gig speed.
I didn't know you went to school.
We have a lot in common.
Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Now with speeds up to 5 gigs. Limited availability.
Nobody will beat our prices.
Our prices will knock your head off.
That
The storm, which is still in Mexico, is going to be crossing the Rio Grande. And anywhere you see this purple color here, that's where that storm is capable of up to quarter-sized hail. So it's moving to the southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So that potential hail core will be impacting the Eagle Pass area just here by 7:05. So if you are in Maverick County and in the severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be inside and away from windows. Hail up to the size of quarters is possible with frequent lightning as well as gusty winds of up to 60 miles per hour. Let's go up to the north where we've got another severe thunderstorm warning. These are for areas in relatively low populated sections of Valverde County. Although Juneau, you are under that severe thunderstorm warning there. This severe thunderstorm warning for Valverde County in effect until 7:30. Once again, the main concern here is going to be quarter to $half sized hail moving through Juneau momentarily. All right, let's take a look at the big picture because again, we are expecting to see severe weather in San Antonio after midnight. From midnight on to about 7 o'clock in the morning, we could see showers and storms, some of which could be strong or severe. A very dynamic system with a cold front. That cold front already sparking severe thunderstorms, and a watch for a severe thunderstorm from Dallas all the way down to Valverde County. What to look out for, what to plan for? Plan for a line of storms from 12 a.m. to 7 a.m. They're going to be noisy. You might wake up in the middle of the night. Frequent lightning, gusty winds, heavy downpours, probably some power outages as well. Plan for widespread rainfall of about 1/2 inch to 1.5 inches. So healthy rain, pockets of 2+ inches of rain. These are the things that we're watching for, though. Severe wind gusts of up to about 70 miles per hour and potentially some quarter-sized hail, as well as even some flooding issues could be possible wherever the heavier rainfall totals fall. Let's take a look at the high-res futurecast here. Tonight, by about 11 p.m., it'll still be fairly dry around San Antonio, but we'll start to see that line of storms move into the hill country. And then as we head close to midnight, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to get some warnings around San Antonio because it's going to be along the leading edge of these storms that we could have wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. As we head into the overnight hours from about midnight to 3 o'clock in the morning, we're going to see more widespread showers and storms across the KSAT12 viewing area, specifically the metro area, and within this line, you can notice there could be some intense parts of storms capable of up to quarter-sized hail, but by far the greatest risk tonight is going to be damaging winds of up to about 70 miles per hour. Then as we head into the early morning, perhaps the early morning commute, it could still be damp in spots. There could, even by that point, we probably will have received up to 1 inch to 2 inches of rain in some spots, which could create some flooding issues. And by about mid-morning, we'll be seeing those showers and storms come to an end, and our rain chances are done. I know that rain has been pretty measly over the last few days, but tonight's rain chance is the best rain chance we've had, and things are coming together where showers and storms are fairly certain in the overnight hours. But for this early evening portion of the night, we are not expecting much in San Antonio other than those storms out west. And then after midnight, that's when we have that severe potential. Widespread showers and storms are likely, potentially producing up to 70 mile per wind gust and also pockets of quarter-sized hail. Then we'll see the tap turn off after 7 o'clock in the morning, and so we'll be seeing a beautiful day after that shot of rain. 79 degrees for the high temperature in San Antonio. It will be breezy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Gonna be hot over the remainder of the week. Let's toss back to Steve and Myra.
Yeah, that news conference beginning in Uvalde. Let's take you there live now.
Please understand, at this time, we come to you to share information. We will be providing a statement and not taking any questions, for the investigation is not complete. This is a tragic time in our district, and we greatly appreciate your patience and understanding. Provide a short statement and not take any questions is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
I don't see you. Switch.
Would you like me to do this again? Let's do this again, Pete.
Sure.
I apologize. I did not realize we were not on, and you probably could not hear what I was saying. I am Anne Marie Espinoza, Executive Director of Communications and Marketing for Uvalde CISD. This is a tragic time in our district, so please know the investigation is not complete. We will only be sharing a statement with you, not providing questions. We greatly appreciate your patience and understanding. Here to share a statement and not take questions is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, briefly, as of now, we're still working on this active investigation. Once we're able to provide information to the families, we will do so. First and foremost, obviously, our priorities is to get information to our families and give them some information. So please bear with us in regards to that. Secondly, once we do get some information that we can release to the public, we will be doing that. So please know once we do get some information, we will share that with you and call another press conference. Let me assure you, the intruder is deceased, and we are not actively looking for another individual or any other suspects in this case. We definitely ask you all to keep the families that are involved in your prayers. Thank you so much.
Here to provide a statement and not take any questions is our Superintendent, Dr. Hal Harrell.
Good evening. This was a tragic and senseless event today, and my heart was broke today. Our hearts and thoughts and prayers are with all our families as we go through this day and days to come. A few announcements that we need to make is beginning tomorrow at 10 a.m. we will have grief counseling and support at the Civic Center for our students, our staff, community members, anybody that needs to come at that time. And we may be there more than one day, may be there several days. Our ROB staff will meet at 8 a.m. at the Civic Center as well. We'll begin with visiting with them and seeing what those needs are. School will be closed. The school year's done. We'll have no school tomorrow or Thursday. All activities are canceled throughout the district. No graduation is on people's mind. We will come out with a notice on that at a later time. All the staff members they will report to their campuses, other than Rob campus, which will come to the Civic Center. Again, my heart was broken today. We're a small community, and we will need your prayers to get us through this. Thank you.
Again, this is a tragic event in our community. We are very sorry that we cannot provide you more information, but greatly appreciate your patience and understanding during this very difficult time. We ask that you pray for all of the families affected. Thank you, and be safe.
Uvalde CISD police chief essentially just saying this is an ongoing investigation. Not many new details came out of that briefing, but he did say that the shooter in this case is dead, has been shot and killed. They're not looking for anyone else who was involved here, but a lot of questions that have yet to be answered and a lot of that grieving process that has already begun. But certainly the community there will be getting help with that tomorrow morning.
And I think that was the police chief trying to put to rest. There are a lot of rumors out on social media, a lot of people, thinking this was X, Y, or Z. We're just giving you the facts. 15 people were killed inside Robb Elementary today. The alleged gunman is dead, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos. He was a student at Uvalde High School. That's the details we know right now. We do know that among the wounded, a Border Patrol officer who arrived on scene. We also know that there are at least 2 people being treated here in San Antonio University Hospital. 2 more are supposed to be en route to San Antonio. We also know there are a number, between 13 and 15 at least, wounded that are being treated at Uvalde Memorial Hospital.
And if there is something you want to do, check out our website right now. Donations of blood are desperately needed. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
One person is injured in a car accident every 2 minutes in Texas. Thomas J. Henry handles serious auto accident cases and gets serious results for injured clients. Call today. Thomas J. Henry is available 24/7, nights and weekends.
Nobody will beat our prices.
Our prices will knock your head off.
That was a long time ago.
Sure was. And now it's our 50th anniversary.
To celebrate, we're giving away $300,000 to local charities.
Go to AnseraGivesBack.com to vote.
And now at Ansera Volkswagen, this Atlas 2.0 SE is just $472 per month. And this Taos S is only $361 per month.
Go online and vote.
Ansera Volkswagen, right outside Loop 410 on Bandera Road.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just the touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
Expect more. KSAT12.
Oh, love that Chevy Blazer. That's our next SUV. Love that Equinox. That's our next SUV.
Nice Trailblazer.
It was love at first sight. What?
The Chevy family of SUVs. Find new options. Find new roads.
It's Chevy Sport Utility Spring. Well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing or get a $1,000 cash allowance on all 2022 Equinox models. New models are arriving daily. Chevy drives Texas. Find new roads.
After we just heard a very brief press conference there from officials within the school district in Uvalde, we want to go back now to some of our crews that are on the ground at the various locations there in the city. Our Garrett Berger, he is standing by and has been outside of the school there, I believe. Robb Elementary, where all of this happened. This is in a neighborhood. There are homes right across the street from where this school is, where this shooting took place. Garrett, have you been able to talk to anybody there about their reaction to this, what this community is going through at this moment?
Live in the area, everyone very much feeling shocked and hurt, obviously saddened by this, the senseless loss of at least 14 young lives plus a teacher, that's the latest count that we know. Unfortunately, with this, we don't have a lot of details as of yet about how this all went down, but we do know that it is tearing at the heart of this small town that's about an hour, or the small city that's about an hour and a half west of San Antonio. If you look around the area here, you can see there is a lot of law enforcement still on the scene. We've got federal, state, and local law enforcement all around the school. This was supposed to be the end of classes was supposed to come in 2 days. We're 2 days away from summer break. Now we just heard in that press conference that school is ending immediately in the most tragic circumstances possible. We're seeing law enforcement go around the building. We're not entirely sure where they're at with their investigation. We did hear that there are no other suspects that they're looking for. So at this point, it's just a matter of putting together all of the shattered pieces from this morning and afternoon. Now we know that it did take a while. We heard from police that they had the shooter in custody at a little after 1 o'clock when the first call for the shooting came out, or the first information that we saw posted online had happened more than an hour before. So we're still waiting to hear exactly how this all happened. But I did talk with one neighbor who said she rushed home because her 13-year-old granddaughter was at home as soon as she heard about the shooting. And she saw what she thinks was the shooter taken out of the building by law enforcement, tried to be put in the back of a squad car, a fire unit, and then finally taken away in the ambulance. She believes she believes and was the shooter. You'll be hearing from her on the night beat. Live in Uvalde, I'm Garrett Berger, KSAT12 News. Back to you.
All right, Garrett, and we said, thank you for that report, by the way. We said earlier that the fear is that the number of dead may rise. The Associated Press just reporting now that there are 18 students who have been killed at Robb Elementary and 3 adults. That's a total of 21 people that were shot and killed by the gunman, the 18-year-old Uvalde high school student. 18 students, 3 adults.
We'll be right back.
I know this looks like your typical narrow escape, but it's not. This is a Nissan sales event ad.
Now we're talking. Good thing this Nissan Rogue is a standard turbocharged engine.
Get the 2022 Nissan Rogue with best-in-class fuel economy.
Hurry. You don't want to let these offers get away.
Guys, are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, today, Tuesday, we're doing something unprecedented. Our technology is clinically shown to open up and regrow blood vessels. We're finally able to get the blood flowing where you want it, when you want it. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call us right now. You'll qualify for the assessment, the exam, even the blood flow ultrasound at no charge. And today only, patients qualify for 3 tune-up treatments at no charge. This is worth hundreds of dollars, and it's free to callers today, Tuesday. Men, let's get your love life back on track and get rid of those pills.
Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction. Call today, Tuesday, May 24th, and you'll qualify for the exam, assessment, ultrasound, and special gift free, plus 3 tune-up treatments at no charge. This is an $800 value free to callers today only. Call Crestside Medical Clinic at 210-904-8000. This unprecedented offer ends today.
Dude, great ride, right? This Silverado keeps me connected and in control. And this touchscreen is my command center.
My command center. The 2022 Silverado LT. Find new control. Find new roads.
Well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% financing on all 2022 Silverado 1500 pickups. New models are arriving daily. Secure yours today. Chevy drives Texas. Find new roads.
Thomas J. Henry. Real clients, real reviews. Thomas J. Henry. The name you know, the firm you trust.
It's our biggest Memorial Day event ever at Vic Vaughn Toyota Bernie.
They wouldn't call me the deal maker if I didn't take deals to the max. Maxed out savings and maxed out trade values. What? Max it out. Like new Corollas, just $70. Only $70. Or my deal on Camrys, only $110 a month. What? $110 a month? Max out deals? They won't last.
Online at VicVaughnToyota.com. Visit Vic Vaughn Toyota Bernie, I-10 West, just 12 minutes from Loop 1604.
Just before we took a quick break there, we got word from the Associated Press that the death toll from the Uvalde Elementary School shooting is rising. Right now, we know that 18 students at this point have been, that number up from 14 earlier today. Also, 3 adults have been killed as well. So a total of 21 people shot and killed inside of Robb Elementary School this morning.
Yeah, the gunman also shot and killed. The governor saying that 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, a student at Uvalde High School, was shot and killed by law enforcement as they arrived on the scene. Our Stefania Jimenez is in Uvalde right now. She just listened to that press conference at the Fairplex. Steph, I was struck by the superintendent in particular, who talked about being heartbroken.
Yeah, so he came on, and at first he seemed like he had it together, right? He just announced he was talking about the rest of the school year. You have to remember that, so this is Tuesday, the last school day of the year was supposed to be Thursday. School's now over for all students in the Uvalde Independent School District. And so that's something that he said. And while he was talking about how tight-knit this community is, he started to choke up, and you could feel his emotion. This is something that nobody's ever really prepared for, ever really prepared to handle. When the press conference started just about 10 minutes ago, it only lasted for less than 5 minutes. We just heard from 3 people. We heard from the public information officer from the school. We also heard from the superintendent and also the chief of police from the school district here. And obviously they were overcome with emotion. They couldn't reveal a lot of information, which is unfortunate because we were hoping that when we saw you, Steve, we would be able to talk about or give people an idea as to how many victims there were in this case. We do know from the Associated Press that 21 people have been killed, 18 of them children, 3 of them adults. But what we were hoping to find out also is the number of people who have been injured. A number of people have been sent to hospitals in the area, one hospital in Uvalde, another hospital in San Antonio. And so we don't have an update there as to how many people exactly have been injured by this. But I want to go back to this being a tight-knit community, because when you're driving in through Uvalde, you definitely get the sense that this is a small city. The county of Uvalde has 26,000 people. 16,000 of those people live in the city of Uvalde. And when it comes to this particular school district, 4,000 students in total in 9 schools are in the school district, and almost 600 students went to go to Robb Elementary School. And so you could imagine the angst that these parents feel upon finding out that their children have been through something awful, so traumatic. Robb Elementary has students in the second, 3rd, and 4th graders. And I just mentioned there are 600 students total. That would mean that those children range in age from 7 to 10 years old. Just think about that for a moment. If you're a parent hearing that, you just can't help but feel awful, because this is something that unfortunately didn't happen often. But I can tell you from my experience that there are a lot of parallels between this story, between what happened here today and the shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary. I was there as a younger reporter in Connecticut when that shooting happened, and that feeling of angst is still the same in this community as it was in the community of Newtown when that shooting happened, Steve.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Stephanie, because I wanted to talk to you about that a little bit. I mean, to put this in historic context, it's the worst school shooting since Columbine. It's the worst elementary school shooting since Sandy Hook. I talked to Lee Waldman earlier, one of our reporters on the scene, about being at Sutherland Springs right after it happened, and just how quiet it was. You mentioned angst. I'm sure that's part of it too, but there's also just a huge feeling of loss, of mourning that I felt in Sutherland Springs, and that I'm guessing they're feeling tonight in Uvalde.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Steve, that this hasn't sunken in for a lot of the people here, right? It takes a while. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because we know now at least 18 children, 3 adults were killed, but we don't have their names. We don't know exactly who they were. So you know that people are slowly but surely finding out who were relatives of the people who passed away, that their loved ones are in fact never coming home. And you can imagine what a toll that takes on people who are hearing that. And so when we heard from officials here speaking just a moment ago, what they said was that their first priority is to notify the families who have been affected. That's their first priority. They also told us that they're not going to have any more news conferences today. So it's likely that we're not going to find out a lot of information from the police department or other officials until at least tomorrow. They may be trying to do that to give the families some time to just get themselves a little bit together, because you know that this is the hardest day of their lives as they try to process what just happened here.
It's unthinkable for so many people that are going through what they're going through in Uvalde today.
And Stephanie, I'm just curious if, since you covered what happened in Sandy Hook, and there will be and already have been so many parallels drawn between that tragedy and now this one, can you give us any insight maybe in how that investigation played out in the days following? Maybe some things that people can look towards as we wait for more information and more confirmation to answers that we don't have right now.
Right. Well, I'm really glad that you asked me that question, because obviously there is a process when you go through something like this, and nobody is really prepared to handle all of the information really that comes in when you have something like this happen. So in the Sandy Hook situation, there were 26 victims total, 20 children, 6 adults. That we found out relatively soon, same as we did here. But the whole thing is, they did the same thing with the families. First, they tried to notify the families who were affected by these deaths. That's the priority, of course, with law enforcement. They want to make sure that those families know well before the media or anybody else knows about this, just to give them time to process, to grieve. Now, we expect this to take just a few days to find out more. I would expect us to find out the names of some of those who were killed by tomorrow, but you know that this is a huge undertaking here. You have the FBI, DPS, Texas Rangers, a number of law enforcement agencies here trying to find out more information, also a motive for why this happened. We found out the name of the shooter. We know that he's an 18-year-old local. I'm not going to mention his name, but we are aware of those details. We also know that he's been deceased. The other thing that I do want to mention that police did make crystal clear is that they are not actively looking for anybody else in this. They do believe that the shooter, that they suspected this, acted alone. So you can be sure that we're going to continue to gather information and give you more information, of course, as it becomes available. But you can expect things to be a lot quieter during today. We also expect a lot of people to be announcing church services to help those who are in mourning.
Yeah, and actually, thank you, Stephanie. We actually have the first victim that's been identified, and I really want to focus on the people that we've lost more than this young man who acted in such an evil way. So we're going to put up a picture of one of the teachers that was killed today. Her name is Eva Morales. She's a 4th grade teacher at Robb Elementary. This is just into the KSAT newsroom. This is a photo from her aunt Lydia Martinez Delgado, a picture of Eva Morales, a 4th grade teacher at Robb Elementary, who we have confirmed was one of the first victims of the Uvalde school massacre.
And she would be one of the 3 adults that we know lost their life today in this tragedy. We also know 18 children. If you're tuning in just now and maybe you saw earlier reports of a different number, that number has now increased. So we know that Eva Morales is now one of 21 people who were shot and killed today. 18 children at Robb Elementary School, a school for 2nd through 4th graders. And Eva Morales was a 4th grade teacher, and she is the first person whose name that we have learned among those victims. And we did hear from the school police chief. We also heard from the superintendent there talking about the effort to get information first and foremost to those families who were affected by all of this. We also know that a member of law enforcement, a member of Border Patrol, was wounded in this shooting today, and at last check we understand that that officer was in good condition. We're not sure where he or she is being treated at this point, but that person was said to be in good condition at that time.
I want to read her profile. This is from the Uvalde Community Independent School District. This is the profile of Eva Morales. She writes, welcome to fourth grade. She was an educator for 17 years, co-teaching for 5 years. She has a supportive, fun, and loving family, which includes a UCISD officer, a college graduate, 3 furry friends. She loves running, hiking, and now you just might see me riding a bike. That was the profile on their website of Ava Morales. Putting a person, a face, behind one of these victims. And that's what we're going to try to do over the next, certainly, few hours and few days. We'll be right back.
All right, we are continuing to wait to hear.
We're just waiting for the president?
We are going to wait to hear from President Joe Biden, who is expected to address the nation about what has happened here today, because certainly everyone in this country is now watching South Texas, watching this town of Uvalde, to learn more information. And, you know, if you saw some of the press conference earlier, while it was very brief, we didn't have a chance to ask a lot of questions, but there are so many moving parts in an investigation like this. And Steve, you're right, the focus is now on people in this community. And I know that our reporters, Lee Waldman, Garrett Berger, who are there, Stefania Jimenez as well, are talking to those folks, talking to the people who are in this community who now are dealing with grief. And many of them, perhaps tomorrow, could find some help at the Civic Center there, because we did hear the superintendent say that starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow, there are going to be grief counselors on hand at the Civic Center for anyone in that community who needs someone to talk to, who needs some help to navigate through this. At 8 a.m. prior to that, there was going to be help there in the same form for grief counselors and support for staff at Robb Elementary School. But this is affecting this town and communities surrounding it, this entire state. We heard from the governor earlier. He really was, you know, the first information we were getting in terms of confirmation on details. He was in Abilene earlier today. I would imagine that his schedule is now going to include a visit to Uvalde.
Yeah.
As all of this investigation unfolds.
And just to give you an update, yes, we are waiting for the president to address the nation. That should happen momentarily. I just think it's so important that we focus on the people that are lost. And that's why I wanted to read that. Once I looked up her profile on the Uvalde School District website, I wanted to read more about her, because I want the focus to be on the victims. And I mean, I'm making a pledge here, as when we find out more information about each of these victims, we're going to bring it to you, and we're going to tell you what kind of person they were, what kind of kid they were, what kind of human they were, and what was lost today. Our Lee Waldman is out, and she's been doing a terrific job of not only covering the facts of exactly what is happening, but Lee, I also want to thank you for covering this with empathy for exactly what is going on in Uvalde, and for the people who are getting the worst news of their lives today. Thank you so much for that. I'm proud that you're part of the KSAT team. And talk a little bit about what's happening right now.
Well, Steve, that really did mean a lot to me, so thank you for that. So we're back here at the Civic Center now. We actually were just up the road at a church where they were hosting one of many prayer vigils this evening, just wanting the community to wrap their arms around each other during this tragic time. But I'm going to move out of the way so you can see what we're seeing behind us. And it's a lot of families who are still either waiting on information about their children, or families who are here who have already heard some tragic news about their children. But the ones who are sitting outside here, a lot of those people, they're just waiting. They have questions. Where's my child? What happened to my child? Where is my loved one? They're desperate for those answers to those questions, and they deserve those answers. And we know that they're trying to be as patient as they can during this time, but I imagine at this point it's gut-wrenching not to know what they need to know at this point. We also want to talk about, because we've talked about the trauma from an event like this, not just for the people who are inside the school, not just for the families who are here, but for the community as a whole, and for everyone here who is watching, whose heart is breaking at home watching this, there are several counseling opportunities. We know they're going to be happening here at this Civic Center, and we're going to have the address posted online and on social media as well. But there is going to be grief counseling for staff at the Robb Elementary School starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow. It's going to be very, very key. And then at 10 a.m., it's going to be grief counseling for the community as a whole. During this time, it is so important to reach out and ask for help when you need it. If you don't think you need it, still ask for help anyway. So those grief counseling opportunities, those are going to be here. That was announced by the Uvalde CISD superintendent. So we heard that just a few moments ago, but that is going to be available 8 a.m. here, starting for staff members of Robb Elementary, and then at 10 a.m. for the rest of the community here.
All right, Lee, you know, we've talked all afternoon to you as well as everyone watching about the importance of recognizing that there is help out there to help all of us navigate through this, but especially those communities right there in Uvalde. And it looks like the crowd behind you has grown, and I would imagine that as people, yes, want more information, they probably just want to be together there in Uvalde this evening. So thank you once again for this live report, and I'm sure we'll hear from you momentarily as we get more information. We do have a statement from one of the victims that has now been identified. I believe it is the fourth grade teacher whose profile that we read a few minutes ago, Eva Morales. This is a statement from her aunt. My niece, Eva Morales, approximately 17 years, a teacher for UCISD, along with another teacher and 18 children, lost their lives to a senseless, tragic shooting.
I'm furious that these shootings continue. These children are innocent. Rifles should not be easily available to all. This is my hometown, a small community of less than 20,000. I never imagined this would happen, especially to loved ones. Not all the facts have been released yet. All we can do is pray hard for our country, state, and schools, and especially the families of all. That is Lydia Martinez Delgado, the victim's aunt, her niece, Eva Morales, a fourth grade teacher at Robb Elementary, one of those that was killed. Again, 18 students, 3 adults. Reaction coming in from around our community and around the country. Actually, the Golden State Warriors are playing tonight, and former Spur, Bull, Trailblazer Steve Kerr is the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He did not talk basketball tonight. He talked about what happened in Uvalde. Here's what he had to say.
Since we left shoot-around, 14 children were killed 400 miles from here, and a teacher. And in the last 10 days, we've had elderly black people killed in a supermarket in Buffalo. We've had Asian churchgoers killed in Southern California. And now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. I'm so tired of I'm tired of the moments of silence. Enough. There's 50 senators right now who refuse to vote on H.R. 8, which is a background check rule that the House passed a couple of years ago. It's been sitting there for 2 years. And there's a reason they won't vote on it, to hold on to power. So I ask you, Mitch McConnell, I ask all of you senators who refuse to do anything about the violence and school shootings and supermarket shootings, I ask you, are you going to put your own desire for power ahead of the lives of our children and our elderly and our churchgoers? Because that's what it looks like. It's what we do every week. So I'm fed up. I've had enough. We're going to play the game tonight, but I want every person here, every person listening to this, to think about your own child or grandchild or mother or father or sister, brother. How would you feel if this happened to you today? We can't get numb to this. We can't sit here and just read about it and go, well, let's have a moment of silence. Yeah, go Dubs, you know. Come on, Mavs, let's go. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go play a basketball game. And 50 senators in Washington are going to hold us hostage. Do you realize that 90% of Americans, regardless of political party, want background check, universal background check? 90% of us. We are being held hostage by 50 senators in Washington who refuse to even put it to a vote, despite what we, the American people, want. They won't vote on it because they want to hold on to their own power. It's pathetic. I've had enough.
That was it. That was the entire pregame post conference from Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, talking about gun violence and what we have seen just over the last 10 days in this country, let alone what happened today. And again, we don't know how this guy got the gun. We don't know where he got them. We don't know even the guns that he used. We don't know any of that. But emotion there from Steve Kerr.
But he's visibly angry, and I think that that is an emotion that a lot of people of all the array of feelings that we all have today about what has happened, that's one of them that's at front and center for a lot of people, because it keeps happening and it happens again. And just like you said, you see the outpouring of support, and sometimes the names of the people involved, we move on and we move to the next tragedy.
Yeah.
So that's why it's important to talk about people like Eva Morales.
And that's why I'm pledging that when we find out more information, when we find out more of these victims' names, we are going to give you their names, as much as we know about their background, as much as we know about who they were as a human being. And you know, even the aunt of the 4th grade teacher that we know that was killed, Miss Morales, Eva Morales, saying she could not believe that this would happen in her own hometown.
I think we all have a right to be angry, and that is one of the emotions that will be processed. But, you know, it may seem a little odd for us to play the pregame press conference for, you know, from an NBA coach to weigh in on this, but I think it goes to show how this is affecting every corner of this country, and not just here in Texas. So I don't want us to move on to the next time.
Yes.
And forget what happened here today and the way that we all feel about it.
We cannot become numb to this. This is not a political issue. These are human lives that were lost. We should at least give them the respect of talking about
children,
what happened, who they were, the lives they lived.
Yeah.
18 children, exactly.
Let's go back to our Stephania Jimenez, who is in Uvalde. Steph, you're there at the Fairplex, where we know that press conference, however brief, wrapped up from officials within the Uvalde School District. What are you hearing now?
So now all we know is that we're not going to find out any more information from officials until the rest of the night. And they're doing this because they say, obviously, the investigation is still continuing. There's still a lot of information that they're trying to sort through. I mean, this is a huge, huge, huge undertaking. The FBI's here. We have the Texas Rangers. We have DPS. We even have Border Patrol here helping in this investigation because, as I mentioned before, at Uvalde, it's a small city, just a city of 16,000 people. So you would imagine that they just don't have the resources on their own to cover something like this. And that's why you have people coming in from all over law enforcement agencies to help in this investigation. But I want to go back to something that you said, Myra, because, you know, we're also online. It's amazing, the outpouring of support, how people feel helpless, but they want to do something about it. And so they're going to their, blood centers to donate blood because they feel like that's one thing they could do to help the victims. And we do want to focus on the victims as much as we can, although we don't have an exact idea as to how many people are in the hospital right now because officials haven't released that information. People want to do something, but they're also angry. And when you look online, people are saying really targeting politicians and saying, stop giving me thoughts and prayers. I'm tired of thoughts and prayers when you have the ability to actually do something about this. So people obviously are upset by what happened, and their sense of security has been taken from them. When we talk about these 18 children, you have to remember they were probably really excited that this was the last week of school. You remember what that was like. Things definitely slowed down in your classes. You were having fun with your classmates, making summer plans with your families, and now you're thinking 21 families will never be the same again, because this is the worst day of their lives. They just got the worst bit of information. But we are still trying to find out more information, as you're saying, and we're hoping that we'll hear from the President Joe Biden, in just a few minutes. Myra, Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. We're expecting to hear from the President around 7:30 tonight. San Antonio is playing a role in all this. And I said, one of the things that's touched me the most, other than reading that profile of the teacher that was killed in all of this, is the outpouring of support from the community, from San Antonio, from Uvalde, from South Texas. The fact that there are people lined up outside the Blood and Tissue Center right now to give blood because they know it is needed in Uvalde. They know that they've already sent at least 15 units of O blood to Uvalde Memorial Hospital because they need it for some of the victims that are there. There are also some of the victims that are in our own community.
Tim Gerber is actually out at University Hospital, where he's been gathering information all afternoon, Tim. And I believe last time we talked to you, there was word that University was receiving more victims from Uvalde. Is that right?
Yeah, the last update I had from Elizabeth Allen here at University Hospital was that they were expecting 2 more patients to arrive here from Uvalde. We did not see any helicopters come in after she made that announcement to us. It's possible that they arrived here earlier. We did see a lot of helicopter traffic landing on top of the roof here at the parking garage at University Hospital throughout the day. So it's really difficult to know if that was regular traffic, but it did seem like there was an awful lot of helicopters coming in and out of here. So it may turn out to be that there's more victims here. And I think, yes, there's been so much death today, and that cannot be lost on anyone. 18 kids, 3 adults. But there are still people in hospitals tonight, including right here in San Antonio, that are still fighting for their lives. Here at San Antonio, we do know there is a 66-year-old woman who was at that school today. She is in critical condition, fighting for her life, and she is joined by a little 10-year-old girl who was a student at that school and was shot today. She is also in critical condition, fighting for her life. And the best thing that we can do for those who are in those hospitals tonight, recovering from their wounds, hoping that they survive this horrible incident, is to get out there and give blood. They need it, and it's about the only thing we can do for those who are still with us.
Very well put, Tim.
Absolutely.
We also have to think about those who are fighting for their lives tonight. Some of them just down the street from us at University Hospital. I like the way you put that. Thank you, Tim.
And if you want information, it's on our website, KSAT12. You can find out how you can donate, whether it's at University Hospital, the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. There may be another donation site that is in your area that you can access. So look for our website for that info.
You may not be able to get in tonight. A lot of the places are closing for the night, but please, the need does not stop at the end of today. It's going to continue to go throughout the next few days, so please give blood. That's a way to help. Thoughts and prayers, absolutely, but take action as well. And we're waiting for the president to speak from the White House. We have got a number of statements from local officials as well. This is from Bexar County Judge Nelson Wolf. Quote, "It is with profound grief and broken hearts that we learn about the news coming our way this afternoon. We stand united with the community in Uvalde and offer our assistance. We also mourn with them over the lives of those children and adults lost to violence. Bexar County is sending personnel and material from the Office of Emergency Management, the Medical Examiner's Office, the Sheriff's Office, and university hospitals to support the ongoing operation." End quote.
Meantime, we also have a statement from Mayor Ron Nirenberg. Uvalde is experiencing the sickening aftermath of a horrific mass shooting. At least 14 children, now we know the number is 18, but at this statement, he said at least 14 children and a teacher are gone. Pray for the lost, their families, and Uvalde. San Antonio has sent mass casualty resources to the region and will do all we can to help our neighbors heal.
The mayor very emotional at 6:30 when we talk to him live. The official statement sent from Governor Greg Abbott's office, quote, Texans across the state are grieving for the victims of this senseless crime and for the community